Chapter 1046. Lu Ye's heart warmed. Yu Ji was curious. How can you use blood crystals to cultivate? My innate talent. Let me see. Yu Ji's curiosity grew. Lu Yi took out a blood crystal and threw it into her mouth, crunching as she chewed. The blood crystal was dark red, and the tofu pudding was snow white. The strong visual contrast made even someone like Yu Ji couldn't help but look away, muttering, "Little monster!" Of course. He didn't have the intention to investigate. Who didn't have their own secrets? It could be said that each of the seniors sent to blood refining world by Heaven Ji had their own secrets. Cultivation continued. The blood crystals in a room had been replenished many times, all sent by eldest senior brother himself. However, Lu Yi could perceive that the blood crystals sent by eldest senior brother were getting fewer and fewer each time. Even if the Holy Land had a blood crystal reserve, there was always a limit. The Holy Land had only been collecting blood crystals for a few decades. Lu Yi felt a little bloated. It wasn't a psychological bloat, but a genuine bloat. There was no change in his figure, but the spiritual power in his body had accumulated over this period of cultivation, becoming more and more vigorous. Judging from the fluctuations of his spirit energy alone, at this moment his spirit energy was no less than the spirit sea realm. But in fact, he hadn't broken through to the spirit sea realm because his divine sense was strong enough to control the power in his body. His subconscious hadn't reached the point where he wanted to change. The biggest obstacle to breaking through to the spirit sea realm had come, which Lu Yi had expected. A first-order, true, lake realm cultivator had developed a divine sense and since then enjoyed the benefits of the spirit sea realm. But there was no free lunch in this world. Logically speaking, it was impossible for a true lake realm cultivator to accumulate such a huge amount of spirit energy. To this extent, an ordinary true lake realm cultivator would either have an opportunity to break through to the spirit sea realm and was making a final effort to do so, or because their mental strength was insufficient, it was difficult for them to control the accumulated spirit energy in their body. But Lu Yi was an exception. He could continue to accumulate spirit energy like this, causing the foundation of his body to become stronger and stronger. After more than a month, the spirit energy accumulated in Lu Ye's body became denser and denser. His spirit acupoints were constantly agitated. This was the pressure brought about by the massive amount of spirit energy in his body. Faintly, he felt like he had touched that opportunity. Lu Yi was overjoyed. At this critical juncture, he didn't run around, but instead focused on cultivation. A few days later, the room's restriction was suddenly triggered. Lu Yi raised his hand to open the restriction, and eldest senior brother entered. Looking at Lu Ye's condition, Feng Wujiang asked with concern, "How's your cultivation?" "It should be soon." Feng Wujiang nodded. He shook his bags of holding, causing blood crystals to appear on the ground, as well as some medicinal pills and spirit stones. "Then cultivate well. There's still time, so don't worry." He could also see what kind of difficulties Lu Yi was facing now, but there was nothing he could do to help. He could only let Lu Yi do whatever he wanted. "Eldest senior brother, there's no need to look for more blood crystals." During this period of time, eldest senior brother had been bringing back fewer and fewer blood crystals. This time he had even brought back some pills and spirit stones. From this, it could be seen that the Holy Land did not have many resources left. Furthermore, he felt uneasy that his eldest senior brother had to lead a group of old seniors to collect the blood crystals. Feng Wujiang looked at him in confusion. "Do you have enough resources?" Lu Yi shook his head. "I don't, but I have a good place to go." "Don't worry, senior brother." Feng Wujiang pondered for a moment, then nodded. "Then be careful. If you need anything, you must tell me." "All right." "Got it," Lu Yi replied. Eldest senior brother did not bring many resources this time. Lu Yi spent less than 10 days to devour all of them. There were no more cultivation resources available. But Lu Yi could vaguely grasp the opportunity to make a breakthrough. The main reason was that after such a long period of cultivation, the foundation of his physical body had accumulated to an extremely terrifying level. Even though he had already developed a divine sense, he still faintly felt that he could not control it. Just a little more. Providing you with the latest chapter of Great God Momos, the Great Sage of Human Tao. Translator, trans and editor, trans and into the Blood Sea for free reading. The fastest to update the latest chapter. He stood up, pushed open the door, and rushed out. Soon he arrived at the edge of the Holy Island. Looking at the Blood Sea in front of him, he did not hesitate and dove in. This was the good place he told his eldest senior brother to go. For other human cultivators, there were no other cultivation resources in the blood refining realm other than the heaven and earth spirit chi. But that was not the case for him. The blood rivers that could be seen everywhere were the largest cultivation resources. Of course, there was a price to pay for using the blood rivers to cultivate. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Lu Yi was unwilling to take this step, because once he took this step, it meant that it was the final sprint. He had to reach the divine sea before the talent tree ran out of fuel. Otherwise, no one would be able to withstand the strangeness of the blood sea. The moment he disappeared, figures flew from all around the holy island. They were the old seniors. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people had gathered. To be able to gather so quickly, they were obviously paying attention to his movements. Holy Lord, what is this junior brother of yours doing? He dares to enter the blood sea. An old man with white hair and a youthful face asked. The others also looked curious. Of course, they didn't think that Lu Yi would take things too hard. Since Lu Yi dared to take the initiative to enter the blood sea, it meant that he had the ability to resist the erosion of the blood sea. Although they also had the same ability, each of their cultivations had reached a high level. How could Lu Yi compare? Moreover, even they did not want to stay in the blood sea for too long. It consumed too much spirit chi. Feng Wujiang shook his head and did not say anything. He looked faintly worried. Holy Lord, don't panic. Yu Ji said, since he can use the blood crystals to cultivate, the blood sea probably can't do anything to him. Holy Lord, you might not know, but he eats the blood crystals. The old seniors' eyes twitched. This was the first time they had heard of this. The old seniors were gathered here, but they couldn't sense what was going on below the blood sea. The blood sea's suppression of spiritual sense was too strong. Even people like them couldn't probe too deep. In the depths of the blood sea, Lu Yi relaxed his body and sank all the way until he reached the bottom of the sea. There was an indescribable pressure pressing down on him from all directions. It made him uncomfortable and increased the burden on his body. Lu Yi suddenly realized that this was a good place to break through to the divine sea. The pressure from the enormous spirit chi in his body and the pressure from the blood sea outside his body. Under these two conditions, the opportunity in the unseen world became much clearer. He immediately activated the talent tree's power and devoured the surging power in the blood sea around him. On the talent tree, large patches of gray mist burned and rose. It was much more active than devouring the blood crystals. He did not know if he could successfully break through to the divine sea this time. If not, he could only wait until he returned to the 9 states. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could return to the 9 states. Eldest senior brother's previous words were only inferences. There was no clear evidence that he could definitely use the Pillar of Heaven's secrets to teleport. Therefore, it was possible that he could not return. If that was the case, then there was nothing he could do. He could only say that Heaven's secrets was unreliable. However, based on his interactions with Heaven's secrets so far, Heaven's secrets would not abandon him after exiling him to the blood refinement realm. His situation was not the same as those old seniors. His body soon turned into a whirlpool. Seawater surged in from all directions. Time passed. The foundation of his body, continued to strengthen. The feeling of his spirit sense being unable to control his body slowly became clearer. Lu Yi suddenly entered an extremely strange state. It was as if his mind was drifting away, silently watching his breakthrough as a bystander. This feeling was extremely strange. Lu Yi could not tell if it was good or bad. However, there was not much he could do now. Since he decided to break through to the divine sea, he was destined to walk down this path. There was no turning back. He would either be badly battered or succeed. Although his mind was drifting away, Lu Yi could still sense his body. He could clearly feel that his body was getting stronger and stronger. Providing you with the latest chapter of Great God Momo's Human Tao, Great Sage, Chapter 1046. Divine Sea Enter the Blood Sea for free reading. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. As his body expanded, his spirit energy fluctuations became extremely unstable. Sometimes it was as fierce as the tide, and sometimes it was as still as the sea. This was a clear sign that it was difficult to control his body's strength. The opportunity for a breakthrough was very clear. In his mind, the deity's lake seemed to have a life of its own, constantly expanding and contracting. However, he could not take that step. Lu Yi had expected that it would be very difficult for him to break through to the divine sea because he had already developed spirit sense. However, he did not expect it to be this difficult. Now he was facing a predicament, and that was whether or not he could grasp that trace of opportunity before his physical body couldn't endure it any longer. He felt that he was just a little bit off. However, in life, this little bit of difference was often the difference between heaven and earth. He could only continuously devour the energy in the blood sea and push himself to his limit. Fortunately, his body was strong enough. If it was an ordinary weapon cultivator, the accumulated foundation in his body would have already caused his body to explode. Even so, tiny cracks had appeared on the surface of his skin. It was as if a mirror had been shattered and blood was flowing out from those tiny cracks. As the opportunity for a breakthrough became clearer, the deity's lake expanded and contracted more frequently. At this point, it was truly the final step. If he succeeded, everything would be fine. If he failed, everything would be over. However, Lu Ye's mood was unprecedentedly calm. He was not nervous at all. He was very clear that he had already done everything he could. Cultivation was nothing more than doing one's best and leaving the rest to fate. At this critical juncture, Lu Yi suddenly felt something strange. It was as if there was some light flashing in front of him. Even though his eyes were closed, he could still feel the obvious light. He slowly opened his eyes and immediately saw a strange scene. In the dark red blood water, a ball of golden light was spinning towards him. It was obviously attracted by the whirlpool beside him. To view the latest chapter of Human Tao Great Sage, please enter in your browser. Providing you with the latest chapter of Great God Momo's Human Tao Great Sage, Chapter 1046. Divine Center the Blood Sea for free reading. Chapter 1047. The moment he saw the golden light, Lu Yi couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't expect there to be such an abnormal thing under the blood sea. However, he quickly realized what it was. This was obviously the source of the blood kindred's holy seed. Lan Qiue had told him before that the reason she became a holy seed was because she caught a ball of golden light under the blood pool. Then, due to fate, she turned from a human into a blood breed. She was even the holy seed of the blood breed. When Lan Qiue told him about this matter, Lu Yi already had some suspicions. Perhaps there were no blood kindred in this world. Was it the strangeness of the blood pool that caused the birth of the blood kindred's holy seed? Then the blood kindred was born. Just like on the Wushuang continent, there were no corpse kindred in the first place. All the corpse kindred were transformed by humans. However, this was only a suspicion. There was no concrete evidence. Lu Yi didn't want to investigate the cause of the blood kindred's birth. It had nothing to do with him. However, he never expected that he would encounter such a golden light in the Blood Sea. There was no way to find out where the golden light originally was. During this time, Lu Yi had been urging the power of the talent tree to devour everything. His body had turned into a vortex. The golden light was obviously attracted by the flow of blood around him. From the golden light, Lu Yi could feel an extremely rich and surging power, something that the surrounding blood water simply could not compare to. It was like a bright moon suddenly blooming in a swarm of fireflies. And this was exactly what Lu Yi needed now. Without hesitation, Lu Yi reached out to grab the golden light and held it in his palm. Lu Yi felt like he had grabbed a soldering iron. He felt a sharp pain in his palm, but he didn't let go. The golden light seemed to have a mind of its own. It directly drilled into Lu Ye's palm and disappeared. Lu Ye's body shook. He hurriedly activated his divine sense to check his body. His entire body suddenly emitted a bright light. The golden light enveloped him, and the veins on his skin bulged. Clearly, there was a golden light flowing through them. With this golden light, Lan Qiue turned from a human into a blood kindred's holy seed. Lu Yi wasn't worried about such a change because he had the talent tree. It could burn all external energy that was harmful to him and leave behind energy that was useful to him. As expected, the moment the golden light entered his body, his tree began to sway. This was something that had never happened before. What made Lu Yi even more surprised was that the talent tree was emitting smoke. It was really smoking. In the past, no matter what he refined, even if it was something poisonous, the talent tree would only emit a gray mist at most. But this time the talent tree was smoking, and even the burning leaves on the talent tree were flickering. Lu Yi came to a realization. Although this ball of golden light contained an extremely vast amount of power, it also contained many impurities, or rather, many things that were harmful to him. As the talent tree emitted smoke, Lu Yi could clearly sense that the fuel stored in the talent tree was decreasing rapidly. Since the talent tree completed its transformation, Lu Yi could roughly sense the situation of the fuel storage. Now, the fuel in the talent tree basically came from the sword instrument sect's secret realm. There, Lu Yi had urged the talent tree to devour the fire of the earth lung for 2 months, which directly caused the sword instrument sect's secret realm to collapse. The harvest was so huge that it was difficult to estimate. After such a long time, even if he had stayed in the Blood Sea all this time, the talent tree still had about half of its fuel left. But now, the fuel consumption had suddenly increased. At this rate, the fuel would be completely consumed in less than 5 days. By then, the talent tree would no longer have the ability to burn impurities. Lu Yi wouldn't be able to stay in the Blood Sea safely, and it would even affect his future cultivation. However, Lu Yi didn't have the time to pay attention to the talent tree. As the golden light ball entered his body, all kinds of mysteries suddenly exploded in his mind. Lu Yi didn't even know where these mysteries came from. They seemed to have appeared out of thin air. He quickly understood that these mysteries came from the golden light ball. It wasn't just a ball of surging energy, but also a unique inheritance. An inheritance that belonged to the blood kindred. The blood kindred's blood fetus was born from the blood river. They didn't have parents to take care of them, nor did they have elders to teach them. However, they were born knowing how to cultivate and how to perform all kinds of blood Tao secret techniques. This bloodline inheritance was engraved in their bones. The blood flowing in the blood river was the blood kindred's good teacher. The essence of the golden light ball was also a drop of blood. It contained many exquisite inheritances that were far from being comparable to the ordinary blood in the blood river. The enormous amount of information seemed to make his mind explode. The rich and surging energy flowed through his body, increasing the burden on his physical body. Lu Yi felt like he was going to die. He wished he could faint immediately. He couldn't understand how Lan Qiue had persevered. However, he didn't know that when Lan Qiue devoured the golden light ball, Her entire body was rapidly transforming in the direction of the blood kindred's holy seed. For the blood kindred, this bloodline inheritance was branded in the depths of her blood. As her cultivation increased, it would awaken little by little. Therefore, although Lan Chiu's situation was critical at that time, as long as she could survive the initial stage, she would be fine. He was different, with the talent tree burning all the impurities and things that were harmful to him. The golden light ball couldn't transform him into the blood kindred's holy seed. He still maintained the foundation of a human. However, the burning of the talent tree still preserved things that were useful to him, such as the bloodline inheritance hidden in the golden light ball. The things that Lan Chiu needed to spend a lifetime to slowly awaken all exploded when it came to him. This kind of mental impact wasn't something an ordinary person could endure. Even a divine sea realm cultivator would have their divine sense destroyed and their spirit sea shattered in an instant. The feedback to Lu Ye's situation was even more intuitive. The illusory images of the gold and silver flood dragons drifting around the divine pool turned into specks of light and disappeared. The double dragon sea protection was a method that the gold and silver flood dragons of the War Merit Pavilion bestowed upon Lu Yi to protect his divine soul. It had been used repeatedly against divine sea realm cultivators. Today, it was completely broken, and there was no possibility of recovery. The impact that was hard to see with the naked eye crashed into Lu Ye's divine pool. Cracks appeared on the divine pool's barrier. In the past, even if it was attacked by a divine sea realm cultivator's divine sense, the water in the divine pool would remain calm because of the soul pagoda suppression. But this time, even with the soul pagoda, the water in the divine pool was still undulating. Lu Yi had a splitting headache. The huge influx of information allowed him to constantly gain insights. However, whether it was his body or his divine soul, they were all suffering. It was extremely painful. Time seemed to pass extremely slowly. Lu Yi didn't know how much time had passed. He didn't even know if he was alive or dead. Until a certain moment, all the suffering suddenly disappeared. It was as if everything he had just experienced was just an illusion. Lu Yi couldn't help but shake his head. He felt as if his entire brain was shaking. He was still alive, this was a good thing. He hurriedly checked his body. An even greater surprise was imprinted in his heart. Unknowingly, he had successfully reached the divine sea realm. The originally small divine pool had obviously expanded a lot. It could already be called a divine sea. However, because he had used up too much of his divine sense, the seawater was as thin as mist. This caused his energy to be somewhat lacking. However, his body's vitality was limitless, because his physical strength had been accumulating for more than half a year. The most intuitive manifestation was that the surging spirit chi in his body had become as thick as a paste. In fact, after his 9th revolution spirit chi and his breakthrough to the 9th order true lake realm, the spirit chi in his body had already shown signs of transforming in this direction, but it was just a trend. During this time, no matter how much Lu Yi accumulated his spirit chi, it only increased in quantity, not in quality. The breakthrough to the divine sea realm had undoubtedly caused his spirit chi to break through to a new height. His divine sense was weak, but his physical body was strong. This caused Lu Yi to feel as if he couldn't control himself. It was like a 3-year-old child wanting to lift a big hammer. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't lift it. The recovery speed of his spiritual energy suddenly accelerated. Another hour passed, and Lu Yi rose to his feet. Channeling his spiritual energy, he leaped into the air and flew up. The fuel for his talent tree was too great. Lu Yi naturally didn't want to stay in the blood sea for long. He had no choice but to lack cultivation resources before, but now that he had reached the divine sea realm, he naturally wanted to leave as soon as possible. Several thousand meters up, he left the blood sea realm in a moment, rushing out of the blood sea and standing in midair. Bathed in the sunlight, Lu Yi couldn't help but have the illusion that he had been reborn. From now on, he was a member of the Divine Sea Realm. Congratulations, junior brother, for reaching the Divine Sea Realm. Suddenly, a voice called out from the side. He wanted to raise his hand, but his arm felt as heavy as a mountain. He wanted to get up, but there seemed to be a star pressing down on his back. Lu Yi was helpless. He could only continue to sit cross-legged at the bottom of the sea, silently cultivate, and wait for his divine sense to slowly recover. He didn't need to fully recover, but at the very least, he wanted to be able to control his body. It had to be said that after reaching the Divine Sea Realm, the recovery speed of his divine sense had become much faster. The thin sea of fog became denser and then began to condense into a liquid form. An hour later, Lu Yi could move his arm. Awkwardly, he took out a drop of soul-cleansing water from his storage space and swallowed it. Lu Yi turned his head and saw Feng Wujiang standing on the edge of the blood sea, smiling at him. He had been waiting here. For others, even if they failed to reach the Divine Sea Realm, it was nothing more than cutting off their future. If they were lucky enough, they could make a comeback in the future. However, Lu Yi had broken through under the blood sea, which was extremely dangerous. Feng Wujiang couldn't help but worry about him. He had waited here for many days. Now that he finally saw Lu Yi return safely and successfully breaking through, he was naturally happy. He loved reading books. Feeling the care and concern of his eldest senior brother, Lu Yi turned around and bowed solemnly. "I've made senior brother worry." Feng Wujiang smiled slightly. "Are you ready?" "What?" Lu Yi was puzzled. "Then I'm coming." Feng Wujiang suddenly clenched a fist. As his 5 fingers closed, the void around him was faintly distorted. The next moment, he turned into a rainbow and pounced at Lu Yi. Lu Yi was shocked. "Senior brother, calm down." Chapter 1048. A moment later, the bruised and battered Lu Yi returned to his residence and sat down silently under the slightly surprised gaze of Dao 13, who was guarding the door. Eldest senior brother is being unreasonable. He had just broken through to the Divine Sea Realm and hadn't had time to consolidate his cultivation or familiarize himself with his new strength before he was beaten up by his eldest senior brother. Although his eldest senior brother was only using the strength of a first-order Divine Sea Realm cultivator, how could he be his opponent? Of course, Lu Yi didn't have any complaints about this. He knew that his eldest senior brother was doing this for his own good. Although this kind of tempering was a bit embarrassing, it would allow him to master his own strength faster, far better than cultivating behind closed doors. He had a hunch that his eldest senior brother's tempering was just the beginning. If he didn't want to be embarrassed, he had to familiarize himself with his new strength as soon as possible. Sure enough, the next day, just as Lu Yi was sitting cross-legged to adjust his breathing, 2 bangs came from outside the door, followed by Dao 13's roar that quickly faded away. Lu Ye's ears twitched. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes, he could imagine the scene outside the door. Someone must have wanted to break in, but Dao 13 had tried to stop them and ended up being thrown away. And someone who could so easily throw away a 5th-order Divine Sea Realm cultivator like Dao 13. There were at least a dozen such people on the Saints' Island. The door was violently pushed open, and Meng Jie, wearing a straw hat, rushed in like a bandit. From his appearance, it was obvious he had just been planting seedlings in the spirit field. Because his trousers had not been pulled down, his calves were covered in a mixture of mud and mud. "Senior, you," Meng Jie looked at him calmly. "The Holy Master sent me here to temper you." Saying so, he reached out his big hand to grab Lu Yi. Lu Yi was completely helpless and was picked up like a chicken before being tossed aside. Meng Jie crossed his arms and stood up. "I'll only retain the strength of a first-order Divine Sea Realm cultivator. Go all out, there's no need to hold back. Within 1 hour, if I take a single step forward, you pass the test. Fine, follow me to work." "That's what you said." Lu Yi raised his hand and pulled out his Pan Shan saber. His spiritual energy surged as he charged at Meng Jia without holding back. Lu Yi knew that he was no match for a senior like Meng Jia. However, if he could force Meng Jia to move a single step within 2 hours at the same cultivation level, he might still stand a chance. In a split second, spiritual energy surged and blade light surged. 2 hours later, Meng Jia grabbed Lu Yi, whose face was increasingly bruised and swollen, and dragged him into a spiritual field like a dead fish. He planted seedlings for the entire afternoon. The next day, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a wisp of fragrance instantly filled the room. Lu Yi looked up and saw Tofuji looking at him with a smile. Dao, 13, didn't even give a warning. Let's go? Yu Ji smiled happily. Let's go. Lu Yi stood up. This afternoon, Lu Yi didn't help her sell tofu because it was already sold out. Instead, Lu Yi helped her grind soybeans. Days passed. Every day, a warm-hearted senior would come to find Lu Yi and use different methods to train his body and mind. Lu Yi was suffering and enjoying it. This was because he knew that such an opportunity was too rare. Which of those seniors wasn't the strongest in this world? If it weren't for the great opportunity of the 9 provinces, which brought them together, ordinary people wouldn't have the opportunity to let them train themselves. It was a complete waste of talent. However, in this blood-refining realm, under the request and guidance of eldest senior brother, such an opportunity presented itself to Lu Yi. How could he not seize it? Although he was tortured to death by different seniors every day, Lu Ye's progress was obvious. His divine sea realm was quickly consolidated, and he was constantly familiarizing himself with his current strength while being beaten again and again. This was mainly because, even without these seniors, Lu Yi could do it himself if he spent some time. He could do these things. More importantly, the factions of the seniors were different, and their methods were different. Lu Ye's horizons were broadened, and he was able to see the exquisite methods of the top experts of the 9 regions. Moreover, he also learned how to use his own strength more effectively through the repeated confrontations. No one deliberately taught him anything. Everything depended on his own understanding, using his own pain and his own body to feel it. What could be taught was, after all, other people's things. What he comprehended was his own. If he really had to describe it, Lu Yi was like a piece of stubborn iron. The seniors hammered and hammered, making the stubborn iron become tempered thousands of times. Every day, the time spent fighting with these seniors was extremely short. Meng Jia's 2 hours was the longest, and most of them were only half an hour. For the rest of the time, Lu Yi would sometimes comply with their requests and help them with some chores, but most of the time he was still comprehending his own body. After being beaten, there was always a value in being beaten. The temporary pain on the body turned into experience against the enemy. It was a good thing that ordinary people couldn't even ask for. Lu Yi gladly endured it. In addition, he had one more ability: blood arts. When breaking through to the divine sea realm under the blood sea, he swallowed a golden ball of light, which could turn a vampire into a holy seed. It was called the holy blood for the time being. The mysterious power of the holy blood that could turn a creature into a holy seed was burned clean by the talent tree, but the bloodline inheritance of the vampires was preserved. This was the huge amount of information that exploded in Lu Ye's mind at that time. In other words, Lu Yi, as a human, received the bloodline inheritance of the vampires. This was very bizarre. Blood arts were mysterious and had a strong corrosive effect on things with spirituality. This was something that had been proven in the many battles with the vampires. If a spell cultivator received such benefits, they would definitely be overjoyed because no matter how the blood arts changed, they would transform. At the end of the day, it was still a kind of spell. However, Lu Yi was a weapon cultivator after all. He couldn't give up his current saber cultivation and switch to blood arts. Fortunately, he didn't need to give up on saber arts because the bloodline inheritance was branded in the depths of the bloodline. As long as he was strong enough, he could easily use it. Although the inheritance that Lu Yi received was not complete after being burned by the talent tree, it was still an intangible wealth. Moreover, Lu Yi was also proficient in spells. The imprint of the soaring dragon realm's origin had made him have achievements in various factions. When he disguised himself as spell cultivator Niumeng, even Lin Yu couldn't see through his disguise as sword cultivator Li Taibai. If he wanted to, he could even disguise himself as a ghost cultivator. Now that he received the inheritance of the vampire's blood arts, it would only enrich his means. Among the many blood arts, there were 3 that he valued the most. The first was the blood river art. It was the kind of blood river that could only be used by vampires above the true lake stage. This kind of spell could create a convenient environment for oneself to use at any time. The environment, and on certain days, the reward for Muni's use of magic to avoid fatal injuries. This was a very practical spell. The second was the blood escape art. There were many different versions of the blood escape art in the 9 continents, but they were mostly the same. Back then, Ingwuji had used it before. It was a secret spell used to escape. However, once it was used, the user would enter a weakened state for a short period of time. Lu Yi had never cultivated the blood escape art before, so he didn't know what the blood escape art in the 9 continents were. However, it was undeniable that the vampires had their own uniqueness in this kind of spell. The blood escape art in the 9 continents couldn't be compared to the blood escape art of the vampires. If this spell was used well, it could be used to save one's life when facing an undefeatable opponent. The third was the blood refinement art. Through a secret spell, one could condense one's own blood and turn it into essence blood. Essence blood had endless uses. If it was infused into the blood river, it could strengthen the blood river. If it was used to activate the blood arts, it could greatly increase the power of the blood arts. Small book, Pavilion for Jingyu's Wine Arts, the effects of activating the blood escape art under normal conditions and activating the blood escape art with essence blood were completely different. The latter could allow one to run faster. Everyone was competing if Qingjia refined the deep stove and was reborn with a drop of blood. Lu Yi felt that this was a bit ridiculous. However, this was what was recorded in the blood race's bloodline inheritance, so there was no way to tell if it was true or false. He didn't need to spend any effort to cultivate 99% of the blood arts. Since he had obtained the inheritance of the blood race's bloodline, these spells were imprinted in his bones and could be used at will. Of course, due to the limitations of his cultivation and proficiency, the power of the spells would be different. However, the blood refinement art had to be actively used because it consumed one's own blood and energy to condense the essence blood. Lu Yi had been doing this for the past few days. He had already achieved results. A drop of essence blood was stored in his heart, and it contained an extremely powerful energy. Moreover, he found that the blood refinement art was extremely compatible with his body. Ordinary blood race members needed to constantly replenish themselves when using the blood refinement art because their own blood and energy were constantly being consumed. Although Lu Yi also needed it, his situation wasn't as serious as the blood races because his vitality was vigorous. The gift of the soaring dragon realm's broken origin had created his terrifying vitality, and as time passed, it continued to transform his physical body. In terms of physique, he wasn't inferior to a body cultivator at the same level. This wasn't just because of the early refining of dragon scales. It was also because of the subtle transformation of the soaring dragon realm's origin. Even if it was a broken origin, it was still the origin of a realm. When added to a person's body, the benefits could be imagined. With an endless stream of vitality, the blood and energy Lu Yi lost in the blood refinement art could be quickly replenished. As long as he restrained himself, the loss of the blood refinement art wouldn't affect him. However, Lu Yi could only refine 3 drops of essence blood in the end. It wasn't that he didn't want to refine more, but that he didn't have the strength to do so. The blood refinement art also had its limits. The higher one's cultivation, the more essence blood they could refine. He had just advanced to the divine sea realm, So 3 drops of essence blood was his limit. To him, these 3 drops of blood essence were 3 trump cards. By activating the blood essence, his explosive power would instantly increase tremendously. He even had a feeling that he could burn his blood essence to activate the blood-stained spiritual tattoos and even transform into a beast. If that was true, then it would be good news for him. The bloodstain and beast transformation were his trump cards, but these 2 methods had always had a drawback that was difficult to eliminate. They couldn't achieve an instantaneous eruption, and they needed to constantly store up power. Chapter 1049. If Lu Yi encountered an evenly matched opponent or an opponent stronger than him, he would still have time to store up his strength. But if he really encountered an opponent who could completely crush him, where would he find the time to store up his strength? Not to mention, in many battles, life and death could be decided in an instant, so even though he had these 2 trump cards, Lu Yi had rarely used them. If burning his blood essence could solve this problem, it would be good news for him. Lu Yi found an opportunity to test it out and found that his guess was correct. Burning his blood essence did allow him to instantly activate his blood-stained spirit tattoo. However, with the improvement of his cultivation, the increase brought by his blood-stained spirit tattoo was no longer as great as before. Lu Yi had activated his blood-stained spirit tattoo several times before, and the increase in his strength had been considerable. But now that he had reached the Divine Sea Realm, the increase in his blood-stained spirit tattoo was limited. This trump card had become somewhat useless. Fortunately, Lu Yi had more than 1 card up his sleeve. He couldn't use his beast transformation because he needed to cooperate with Hubo time passed day by day, and under the tempering of a different senior every day, Lu Yi quickly grasped his own strength. In the beginning, he was one-sidedly trampled by the steel suppression, but now he was gradually able to stand on equal footing with the seniors. This was growth, and it was something that could be felt intuitively. Lu Yi didn't think about defeating them, as that was simply unrealistic. Each of these seniors had profound cultivation, and even if they suppressed their strength and only displayed the strength of a first-order divine sea realm cultivator, their many years of combat experience and vision were not something he could compare with. In their eyes, Lu Yi was just a child who was learning how to speak. Occasionally, when he had some free time, he would drink and chat with his eldest senior brother. Another day, Lu Yi pushed open the door and came out. At first glance, he couldn't help being stunned, because outside the door, led by his eldest senior brother, were many seniors. When they saw him appear, some wore playful expressions, some smiled lightly, and others remained calm. Lu Yi suddenly wore a bitter expression. Eldest senior brother, we agreed to come one by one. In the past, there was only 1 senior waiting outside the door for him, but today, for some reason, all of them had come. If all of them came at once, Lu Yi wouldn't have any room to fight and would just lie down and let them teach him a lesson. Time's up, Feng Wujiang said. Lu Yi instantly reacted. So fast! Calculating the time, it had been 3 or 4 months since he broke through to the Divine Sea Realm. But recently he had been immersed in a battle of wits with these seniors and had forgotten some things. Junior brother, do you have anything to prepare? Asked Feng Wujiang. Lu Yi shook his head. There was nothing to prepare. When he came here, he brought Dao 13 with him. Naturally, he didn't need to prepare too much when he left. The premise was that he could escape. Let's go then, Feng Wujiang said. The group of people marched toward the Tianji Hall. A short while later, Lu Yi stood in front of the divination pillar in the divination hall. He turned around and respectfully bowed. Many thanks to seniors for taking care of me during this period of time. This junior has benefited greatly and will not dare to forget. Tofu Ji pursed her lips and said with a laugh, Normally, I don't see you being so scholarly and reasonable. Yet today you are putting on an act. As she said that, she took out a jade tablet and handed it to him. Take this. What was this? Lu Yi did not understand and took it. It's nothing. If anyone from the Thousand Law sect bullies you in the future, Just take this out and show them. Lu Yi immediately understood that this thing was probably something similar to a token. A sword chime was heard, and a small flying sword appeared in front of Lu Yi. Jian Guhong's voice was heard. If you need the help of Beixian's sword sect, take this to Heavenly Mountain. It's another token. Lu Yi had just put it away when another jade tablet flew in front of him. Somewhere in the crowd, an old man said, "This is my identity tablet. Although it has been many years, there should still be people from the Songlang sect who recognize it. Take it with you." One token after another appeared, each one representing a large sect. Lu Yi put them away one by one. Not every senior had a token. For a loner like Wu Chang, even if he gave Lu Yi a token, it would be useless. He did not have a sect in the land of the 9 states. However, people like that were in the minority. "Seniors, do you have any words for me?" Lu Yi asked. Yu Ji said, "To our sects we are already dead. If you bring some tokens back, they might still be useful. But if you tell them that we are still alive, I'm afraid no one will believe you. You might even get into trouble. Just take care of yourself. Maybe I won't be able to go back." Lu Yi had just spoken when Yu Ji knocked him on the head. Lu Yi rubbed his head and stood obediently. He then looked at Feng Wujiang. "Does eldest senior brother have any instructions for me?" Recently, he would drink and chat with eldest senior brother in his free time. Eldest senior brother learned about Feng Yuechan's situation from him, but Lu Yi did not know about Chiu Min's situation. He had never met this eldest senior brother's wife, so he naturally could not tell Feng Wujiang in detail. Feng Wujiang shook his head. "Don't say anything when you go back. It will only add to your troubles. If there is a day when we meet again, we will." "I know." Lu Yi nodded. Time passed. Everyone waited quietly. Until an hour later, the deathly still Tianji pillar suddenly fluctuated with a subtle energy fluctuation. Compared to the normal fluctuations of the Tianji pillar, this fluctuation was almost negligible. If Lu Ye's spirit sense had not become stronger, he would not have sensed it. Every few years, Tianji would send large amounts of resources here, including but not limited to spirit pills, spirit stones, and spirit tools. After all, the environment of the blood refinement realm was not very friendly to human cultivators. Aside from the spirit energy of heaven and earth, there was no external power for humans to borrow. Aside from delivering resources, the Tianji pillar had always maintained its silent state. Now that the Tianji pillar was reacting, it was clear that Tianji was sending resources here again. The subtle energy ripples continued to fluctuate. After a long while, a large pile of storage bags appeared in front of the Pillar of Mysteries. "Junior Marshal Brother, it's time to go." Feng Wujiang looked at Lu Yi. Lu Yi didn't hesitate and gave Dao 13 a look. The two of them stepped forward and placed their hands on the Tianji pillar. Whether they stayed or left depended on this. In the next instant, Lu Ye's body shook as he understood that he could leave. He turned to look at Feng Wujiang and said, "Eldest senior brother, I will be back." As soon as he finished speaking, the originally subtle energy fluctuations suddenly became fierce and intense. The place where Lu Yi stood also became distorted, and the space around him rippled like water. As the ripples spread, Lu Ye's body quickly became like a lake, as if he was about to disappear from this world. Fu, on the other hand, Dao 13 didn't change at all. He simply placed his hand on the Tianji pillar and remained motionless. Rumble. Muffled thunder suddenly rolled across the sky, and a great malice descended from the heavens. In the Tianji hall, many of the elders looked up. Even with the dome blocking them, their divine senses could still see through it and clearly see what was going on. They saw that in the sky, blood clouds had somehow gathered. Within those clouds, red lightning flashed. Small lightning bolts quickly gathered in the clouds and formed a thick lightning bolt in the blink of an eye. It was like a lightning dragon soaring through the sky. Almost as soon as this thick bolt of lightning was formed, It fell straight down like a blood dragon from the sky, heading straight for the pillar of heaven's secrets. Not good. Feng Wujiang shouted. He leaped up and passed through the dome of the Tianji Hall to meet the lightning bolt head-on. Numerous silhouettes followed closely behind Feng Wujiang. There was also a portion of Dharma cultivators like Yu Ji who remained on the ground. Spiritual energy surged around their bodies as they unleashed exquisite Dharma techniques. Some attacked the blood dragon, while others unleashed defensive Dharma techniques to envelop the Tianji Hall. Despite the sudden change, everyone cooperated seamlessly. The crackling sound was deafening. Even the top talents of the 9 states felt their eardrums hurt. This was the wrath of the heavens, the manifestation of the will of the blood refinement realm. In the past, the Tianji pillar remained silent all year round. Even when transporting resources, it was cautious. Therefore, although the blood refinement realm had its own will of the heavens, it had never been able to discover the heavens of the 9 states. But this time, the situation was different. Lu Yi used the Tianji pillar to teleport, causing a huge commotion. The will of the blood refinement realm sensed this and immediately unleashed its thunderous fury. Feng Wujiang's body was like a sun, radiating dazzling light. He was the first to crash into the blood-colored lightning bolt. His body suddenly shook. Cracks appeared on the surface of his skin and blood spurted out. His body fell abruptly, but he didn't dodge. Figures followed closely behind, using various methods to bombard the blood-colored lightning bolt. This eruption wasn't the usual method used to train Lu Yi. Many senior experts didn't hold back at all. With such a combined force, no one in the world could withstand it. Even if it was a holy seed, it would be torn apart in an instant. But the wrath of the heavens was still the wrath of the heavens. Even if the will of the blood refinement realm wasn't as clear and strong as the heavens of the 9 states, this method still exceeded the limits of cultivators. With a loud rumble, the many figures that had rushed into the sky were like meteorites falling from the sky, scattering in all directions. But the blood-colored lightning bolt was obviously much smaller. The resistance of the strongest talents of the 9 states wasn't useless. The blood-colored lightning bolt landed in the Tianji Hall in the blink of an eye. With Yu Ji as the leader, the people who stayed here and activated their defensive methods all changed their expressions. Like a hot knife through butter, the layers of defenses were broken through. Yu Ji and the others flew out in a sorry state. However, after the obstruction of the many defenses, the blood-colored lightning bolt shrank again. It was less than 20% of its original size. The change happened suddenly. From the moment Feng Wujiang rushed into the sky to the moment the blood-colored lightning bolt hit the Tianji pillar, only 2 breaths of time had passed. When Feng Wujiang and the others returned to the Tianji Hall again, the place had returned to calm. Even the blood clouds that gathered in the sky had dissipated. Feng Wujiang stood in place, frowning. He was faintly uneasy. Chapter 1050. Feng Wujiang was the first one to be sent flying by the blood-red lightning bolt. He was severely injured, but his divine sense had been following the blood-red lightning bolt closely. He could only watch as the blood-red lightning bolt, which had been weakened by various methods, disappeared with Lu Yi. This meant that they hadn't been able to block it to their fullest potential. Although the blood-red lightning's power had been greatly reduced to less than 20% of its original power, Lu Yi wasn't sure if he could block it. Sensing something, Feng Wujiang turned his head. His frown deepened. It was none other than Dao 13. He had expected this. Teleportation required a great deal of energy. Lu Yi had a chance to return to the 9 states, but Dao 13 might not. Now it seemed that Heaven's Secrets had no intention of sending Dao 13 back. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left him behind. This made Lu Ye's situation even worse. With Dao 13 by his side, at least he had someone to help him. Now he had to rely on himself. At this moment, in an indescribable passage, Lu Yi felt the world spin. Even though he had reached the divine sea realm and his strength had greatly increased, he couldn't avoid the vile feeling of being teleported. What made him feel even more uncomfortable was that there was a great danger rapidly approaching him from behind. The moment his figure disappeared from the heaven's secrets pillar, Lu Yi saw the blood-red lightning descending from the sky. He realized that it was the might of heaven's wrath from the blood-refining realm. He saw his senior brother and the others use various methods to block it, but they weren't able to do so. The danger, he felt now, was clearly from the blood-red lightning that had been weakened by various methods. He knew that if he could block it, he could live. If he couldn't, he would undoubtedly die. He forcibly calmed his mind and slightly sensed the strength of the blood-red lightning behind him. He immediately gave up on the idea of returning to his senses and blocking it. Even if it had been weakened by the various means used by eldest senior brother and the others, the power of this blood-red lightning was not something he could resist. Rashly blocking it would only lead to disaster. Since he couldn't block it, he could only keep running. This was a teleportation passage, even if the blood-red lightning behind him was the might of heaven's wrath. After leaving the blood-refining realm, it was like a tree without a source. As long as he could delay it long enough, its power would slowly weaken. Eventually, he would be able to block it. Under normal circumstances, there was no way he could outrun the wrath of the heavens. But at this moment, he was in the middle of teleportation, and the speed he displayed was not his own speed. He could barely delay it, but the distance between him and the blood-red lightning was rapidly closing. For some reason, the teleportation this time took a long time. It was unlike before, when the teleportation was completed almost instantly. With this thought in mind, Lu Yi immediately activated one of the 3 drops of essence blood in his body. With a thought, the essence blood exploded, wrapping his body in a layer of blood mist. His speed suddenly increased, almost turning into a streak of blood light. Blood escape. This was the first time Lu Yi had used this secret technique. Moreover, he had used it with the help of his blood essence. The effect was unimaginably good. Initially, the distance between him and the blood-red thunderbolt was rapidly closing, but after he performed the blood flight art, he still could not shake it off, but the distance between them was no longer closing. This chapter is not finished. Click on next page to continue reading. Human Tao Great Saint, he did not ask any questions and continued to charge forward. From time to time, he would use his divine sense to sense the situation behind him. Just as he had thought, the blood-red thunderbolt's power was indeed rapidly weakening without the support of the blood refinement realm. As its power weakened, so did its speed, and the threat it posed to Lu Yi was gradually decreasing. 30 minutes later, the blood mist enveloping Lu Yi suddenly collapsed, and his speed returned to its original level. A feeling of fatigue assaulted him, but it was not a big problem. This was the most exquisite part of the blood refinement art. Vampires could usually condense their own essence blood and store it as a backup energy reserve. They could use it to kill enemies and escape at critical moments. Because it was a backup energy reserve, it wouldn't cause too much damage to the body as long as the body could withstand it. Lu Ye's vitality would have been damaged if he had used the blood flight art in a normal manner. At this point, Lu Yi had already given up on the idea of turning around to block. Since the blood-red thunderbolt's power was continuously weakening, it would disappear sooner or later as long as he kept running. There was no need to take the risk to block it. No matter how weak it was still the wrath of the heavens. Who knew what was behind it? The slowed, blood-red thunderbolt could no longer catch up to Lu Yi and was still weakening. It could be said that the crisis had passed. After another incense stick's worth of time, Lu Yi sensed that the blood-red thunderbolt behind him had suddenly collapsed and disappeared without a trace. My healing series game, it was only then that he relaxed. Immediately afterward, he felt as if he had passed through something. The scenery before him changed abruptly. It was no longer the bizarre and variegated transportation channel from before. What entered Lu Ye's eyes was shocking, and he was unable to recover for a long time. This was because what was imprinted in his eyes was a huge aqua-blue celestial body. It lay across the void of the universe like a dormant beast. An inexplicable sense of familiarity came from the celestial body, making Lu Yi feel as if he had returned home. He immediately understood that this huge celestial body was the 9 provinces. He had returned. Lu Yi had never thought that he would one day be able to look at the 9 provinces from this perspective. Was this a reward for his trip to the blood refining realm? Living in the 9 provinces was completely different from standing here and looking at the entire 9 provinces. In front of such a celestial body, Lu Yi felt even more insignificant and could more deeply feel the vastness of the 9 provinces. When he had gone to the blood refining realm, his mind had been raised and he had seen the entire blood refining realm. But that experience was different from this one. Back then, he had only seen it with his mind, but this time he could see it with his naked eye. The visual impact was even more obvious. Looking around, Lu Yi felt his divine sense sublimate. But soon his attention was attracted by some existences around the 9 provinces. This was because beside the huge celestial body, there were a large number of irregular floating continents. These floating continents varied in size, and most of them were as small as a speck of dust. But Lu Yi knew that these floating continents were not really that small. It was only because of the huge celestial body that the 9 provinces gave him a visual illusion. Among them, 2 floating continents were the largest. They floated on the left and right sides of the 9 provinces world, like 2 great protectors. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next page to continue reading. Human Tao Great Saint, Lu Yi looked at one of the floating continents and vaguely felt 2 mysterious connections from somewhere on that floating continent. He furrowed his brow, not knowing what these 2 connections were. Just as he was thinking, he had already rushed towards the 9 regions world at an extremely fast speed. The surface of his body was also covered with a layer of inexplicable power, just like when he first came to the blood refining world. There was also a layer of inexplicable power covering his body. This should be a protective power bestowed by heaven's fate. Although he did not know what kind of cultivation was required to survive in such an environment, it was definitely not something a person who had just broken through to the spirit sea realm could do. Without this protective power bestowed by heaven's fate, even a 9th order divine sea realm cultivator would quickly die here. From this point of view, heaven's fate was very trustworthy. At the very least, it knew to provide him with a safe protection. As he got closer and closer, the connection Lu Yi felt from one of the floating continents became clearer and clearer. Lu Yi finally understood what that connection was. It was his connection to the heavens' fate pillars. There were countless heavens' fate pillars in the 9 provinces. Lu Yi naturally had no connection to ordinary heavens' fate pillars, but somewhere there were 2 that he had spent merit points to obtain. Nominally, those 2 heavens' fate pillars belonged to him, so there was naturally an inseparable connection between them. That huge floating continent was the Cloud River battlefield. The other floating continent was the Spirit Stream battlefield. If that was the case, then the floating continents surrounding the 9 provinces world should be connected to various sealed worlds. This discovery surprised Lu Yi. In the 9 provinces, whether it was the Spirit Stream battlefield, the Cloud River battlefield, or the 9 provinces world itself, there were countless sealed worlds. Lu Yi had once wondered where these sealed worlds were located. It was only today that he understood that these sealed worlds revolved around the 9 provinces world. He didn't know if anyone else had noticed this before, but he was probably the only one who could see it so clearly since ancient times. As he got closer and closer to the 9 provinces world and the vast celestial body pounced toward him, anyone would feel reverence in their heart. Along the way, he passed by a floating continent. Lu Yi turned his head to size it up and focused his vision. In such an environment, it was extremely difficult to judge distance. Perhaps someone with a higher cultivation would be able to make a more accurate judgment, but Lu Yi could not do so at the moment. That floating continent seemed very close to him. In reality, it was still very far away. Even when Lu Yi focused his vision, he could not see the floating continent clearly. He hastily constructed a spirit rune of insight to see what was going on, but in the next moment he frowned. He could vaguely see some creatures baring their fangs and brandishing their claws on the floating continent. Some of them were extremely large. Those were the insect race. He could not see clearly and could not verify it further, because he was already far away from the floating continent. Lu Yi frowned. The insect race was not unfamiliar to the cultivators of the 9 provinces. Almost every cultivator would experience an insect tide in the spirit stream battlefield. In the 9 provinces world itself, there would occasionally be small-scale insect tides, but they would be quickly suppressed just like last time. In his field of vision was a churning sea of clouds as white as cotton. He could already clearly feel a powerful pulling force from below, and his speed was growing faster and faster. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next page to continue reading. Great sage of human Tao, piercing through the sea of clouds, the familiar world pounced toward him. It was at this moment that the protection around Lu Yi suddenly disappeared without a trace. His body also plummeted straight down, like a meteor falling from the sky. His speed was so fast that it caused pain all over his body. Lu Yi hurriedly circulated his spirit energy to resist the friction. His body continued to fall, unable to stabilize at all. Cultivator's flight was not without limits. There was also a limit to how high they could go. His current position had clearly exceeded his limit. He could only continue to descend if he wanted to stabilize himself. Chapter 11. Error. Chapter 1051. Lu Yi barely regained control of his body after falling several tens of thousands of meters. This height was the limit of his flight. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't fly any higher. It was as if there was an invisible binding force that was binding him. However, Lu Yi still allowed himself to fall and only urged his spirit energy to protect himself. Although he had the ability to fly at this height, it was too strenuous and consumed too much of his spirit energy. He had to find a comfortable and energy-efficient height. Therefore, when cultivators went out in the wild, they couldn't fly as high as they could because the higher they flew, the greater the consumption of their spirit energy. Especially when their cultivation was insufficient, they generally couldn't fly too high because it was easy to encounter masters stronger than them. Lu Yi stopped after falling nearly 10,000 meters. This height was undoubtedly acceptable to him. It was also the height most spirit sea realm cultivators would choose to go out in the wild. Looking down at the scenery below, his heart surged. 9 continents, I'm back! This trip had taken a long time, 2 full years. When he left, his cultivation was at the 7th Order True Lake realm. When he returned, he was at the Divine Sea realm. His strength had improved tremendously. Of course, if he was in the 9 continents, his cultivation would have improved faster because he could use the spirit lot. But when it came to cultivation, just increasing one's cultivation was useless. In these past 2 years, he had been rushing about in the blood-refining world. Although his cultivation hadn't risen too quickly, every boundary he had reached was extremely solid. In particular, in the several months after he had broken through to the Divine Sea realm, he had experienced the tempering of several old seniors. The harvest he had gained was great. How could a simple increase in cultivation compare with it? Tao 13 didn't come back with him, which made Lu Yi feel a little regretful. It wasn't that he wanted to abandon Tao 13, but he didn't have the final say in this matter. It was the 9 continents' Heaven's secret. If Heaven's secret didn't send Tao 13 back, there was nothing he could do. He would go back to the blood-refining world. The words he said to his eldest senior brother before he left were not casual words. After the blood race encirclement, The Jade Blood Holy Land's defensive line on the outer islands had been torn open. Moreover, the Holy Land had suffered heavy losses this time. Once the Blood Race returned next time, the Jade Blood Holy Land might not be able to stop them. He had to find a way to go back before the next Blood Race encircled the Blue Blood Holy Land and help his eldest senior brother. It would be best if he could bring a group of helpers with him. Of course, it was not easy to achieve this, but since the 9 prefectures Tianji could send him there once, it could send him there twice. Lu Yi believed that Heaven's Secret would not sit idly by and watch the Jade Blood Holy Land. Otherwise, there would be no need to send him over. Heaven's Secret's intention in sending him over this time was obvious. He wanted to borrow Lu Ye's strength to help the Jade Blood Holy Land resist the Blood Race army, and he had barely managed to do so. Whether it was controlling the Blood Race Dao soldiers or the Twin Breath Array Disc, he had made great contributions in this war. He couldn't stay in the Jade Blood Holy Land and wait because he had to find a way to improve his strength as soon as possible. Therefore, he had to return to the 9 states and try to improve himself as much as possible before the next Blood Race army attack. He had to find a way to go back and bring a group of trustworthy helpers with him. There was still some time to slowly plan. Let's not think about this for the time being. Since I've returned to the 9 regions, the first thing to do is to determine my location. Lu Yi hurriedly took out the 10 points map to check, and the result stunned him because the place he was at was actually Li Yuan. It was near the entrance of the Sword Instrument Sect's secret zone. This was really a coincidence. There was no need to look for the Sword Instrument Sect's secret zone. The foundation of that secret zone had been destroyed, and it had long since collapsed. Just as Lu Yi was thinking about how to return to Grand Sky City, his battlefield imprint became slightly warm. Lu Yi hadn't felt any movement from his battlefield imprint for 2 years, so he quickly immersed himself in investigating. Name, Lu Yi. Identity, disciple of the Jade Blood Sect, Law Department's Law Enforcement Hall Captain. Cultivation, First Order Divine Sea Realm. Location, Li Yuan. Merit, 972,812 points. Battle merit, 1,000,000 points. The changes in his battlefield imprint were not small. The first change was his identity. He remembered that his identity used to be below that of a disciple of the Jade Blood Sect, the Law Department's Law Enforcement Hall Captain D9, but now he had become a Law Enforcement Hall Captain. This was because his position as captain had been removed. Thinking about it, there had been no news of him for 2 years, so there had to be someone in charge of Team D9. It was impossible for them to wait for him all the time, so it was natural for them to change captains. In Team D9, third senior brother Shaoxing, he was the strongest. If there was no accident, he should have taken over the position of captain. There was not much change in his merit. Lu Yi had returned to the sect once during his mission and sold a large number of materials to the Heaven Secret Treasure House, collecting nearly 1,000,000 merit. After that, he hadn't used it much, or rather, he didn't have a chance to use it. The change in his merit was big. He couldn't remember the specific number of merit he had at that time, but he knew it should be more than 200,000. But now he had 1,000,000 merit, breaking the record again. 1,000,000 merit couldn't come out of thin air. This was obviously a reward from the Heaven's Secret Treasure House for his trip to the blood refining realm. At first glance, it seemed a lot, but in fact it wasn't much, because it was the result of Lu Ye's 2 years of hard work. Moreover, during the encirclement of the Blood Race army, the Blood Race Dao soldiers under Lu Ye's command provided him with the Twin Chi Array Disc. Moreover, he had personally killed many Blood Race members, many of whom were in the Divine Sea Realm. Of course, the Heaven's Secret Treasure House had no way of organizing these merit, because the Heaven's Secret Treasure House knew nothing about the situation of the battle. Perhaps it was because of this that the merit was given to him this time. But Lu Yi was satisfied. It was better than nothing, and it was such a huge amount of merit. Just as he was checking the battlefield mark, the mark moved slightly again. This time, someone sent a message. He had just returned to the 9 states, and someone had sent a message. Without a doubt, it must be E. Only E would be able to react so quickly. It wasn't that he and E were telepathically connected, but that he had a pet contract with Hoopa, and they had even formed a life origin technique and a beast seal technique. As Lu Ye's natal Yao beast, Hoopa would definitely be the first to sense Lu Ye's return. Hoopa and E were inseparable. If Hoopa knew, E would know as well. He checked the message, and as expected, it was from E. Lu Yi, you're back. Where are you? Lu Yi flew down as he replied, I'm at the Myriad Demon Ridge. Why are you there? Where have you been for the past 2 years? Although Lu Ye's status could be determined through the battlefield mark, there had been no news for 2 years, and Lu Ye's mark had always been in a state where it couldn't be contacted. It was unavoidably worrying. It's a bit complicated. I'll tell you in detail later. Is everyone okay? Everyone is fine. But many things have happened in the past 2 years. You just returned, so you must be careful. The 9 states are now filled with insect race. Lu Yi didn't have time to respond because he had already seen the insect race. A large swarm of mosquito-like things flew toward him. Most importantly, these mosquitoes all looked fierce and fiendish, and they were all unusually large. Almost every one of them was the size of a palm. Their individual strength wasn't much, and they only had the aura of the spirit stream realm. However, when they gathered together, the ferocious aura they exuded was at the divine sea realm. In terms of numbers alone, there were probably tens of thousands of them. Lu Yi had never seen this kind of insect race before, but they had a special characteristic, which was that they were extremely sensitive to the fluctuations of spiritual power. Obviously, the traces of his spiritual power had attracted this swarm of insect race. To deal with this kind of thing that was weak individually but very powerful when gathered together, the methods that a weapon cultivator could use were very limited. It could be said that this kind of insect race had a very strong restraining power against weapon cultivators in the ordinary sense. Weapon cultivators' strength lay in one-on-one attacks. Even if Lu Yi could kill dozens or hundreds of these insect race with one slash once he was surrounded by this swarm of insect race, how many slashes could he make? Fortunately, he wasn't a weapon cultivator in the ordinary sense. At this moment, he still hadn't realized the horror of E's message. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had any thoughts about this swarm of insect race. He raised his hand and clenched it. His spiritual power surged in his palm, and the yin and yang energies quickly merged. In the blink of an eye, an oval object formed in his palm. At first glance, it looked like an egg with a burning flame on its surface. With the activation of Lu Ye's spiritual power, the flame egg broke open and a clear cry was heard. A fire phoenix with a wingspan of 300 feet rushed out and flapped its wings to meet the swarm of insect race. To deal with this kind of insect race, a spell cultivator's method was the most suitable. In the past, when he was not strong enough, Lu Yi still had to use his own body as a foundation to construct the fire phoenix spirit pattern. Now that he had reached the divine sea realm, there wasn't so much trouble. The huge fire phoenix crashed into the swarm of insect race head-on. Lu Yi thought that he could burn the entire swarm of insect race to the ground. But a shocking scene occurred. A large number of insect race were killed. As the insect race perished, the fire phoenix's body shrank rapidly. When he looked carefully again, he realized that before the mosquito-like insect race died, they were desperately devouring the spiritual power in the fire phoenix to weaken its power. The fire phoenix was destroyed, and there were about 60% of the insect race left. Lu Yi was about to attack again when a buzzing sound came from below. When he looked down, he couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. He saw a large number of densely packed insect race rising from below and gathering in this direction. They were obviously attracted by the spiritual power fluctuations just now. The number was so huge that it was simply unbelievable. Moreover, as they flew, these insect race continued to gather. The insect race cloud grew stronger and stronger, and its power also increased rapidly. In his field of vision, it was pitch black, and he could no longer see the ground. Lu Yi no longer had the desire to attack. In this situation, the best choice was to escape. Spying in a direction, Lu Yi turned into a rainbow and flew in that direction. The insect race cloud chased after him relentlessly. Fortunately, the insect race cloud wasn't fast. After flying for a while, Lu Yi finally got rid of it. A moment later, he found a hidden place to land and retracted his aura. Chapter 1052. The insect swarm hovered in the air for a while and went back to hibernation after losing sight of Lu Yi. Lu Ye's expression was solemn. He had just returned to the land of the 9 prefectures and was immersed in the joy of returning to his homeland. He did not pay much attention to it. Now he finally saw something unusual. The most obvious change was the Li Plains. The Li Plains was a huge plain. It was also a strategic buffer for the Wanma Ridge in the military province. There was no human habitation here, but since it was a plain, it was naturally full of vitality. At the very least, when Lu Yi came here with the Nian Yuxian last time, the Li Plains was green when he looked down from the sky. However, the current Li Plains was no longer green. All that entered their eyes was desolation, without a single trace of life. Combined with the insect swarm he saw just now, Lu Yi understood the root cause of all this. Wherever the insect clan passed by, not even a blade of grass grew. There was a lot of information in the battlefield imprint, which was sent by Yi just now. Lu Yi continued to check. The more he read, the happier he was. He did not expect such a big thing to happen in the 2 years when he was not in the land of the 9 prefectures. The insect swarm swept across the land of the 9 prefectures. The scale and intensity of the insect swarm this time was the most ferocious and terrifying in the history of the land of the 9 prefectures. Every piece of land and every corner of the land of the 9 prefectures was invaded by the insect clan. When the insect swarm broke out in the foggy sea last time, many sects within a radius of 10,000 miles spent a lot of effort to extinguish the insect swarm. However, the scale of the insect swarm was limited and the impact was not great. However, the situation this time was completely different. It was no longer an insect swarm, but an insect swarm. Not only was there a large number of insects, but there were also a large number of divine sea realm cultivators among the various insects. The insect swarm broke out 2 years ago, which was almost the time when Lu Yi left the land of the 9 prefectures. The origin was a huge earthquake that swept across the land of the 9 prefectures. The whole world was in turmoil. Deep cracks appeared all over the land of the 9 prefectures. Overnight, the land of the 9 prefectures became a paradise for the insect clan. Due to the insect swarm, the dispute between the 2 camps of the Haotian Alliance and the Wanma Ridge calmed down a lot. Now, almost all the cultivators were fighting against the insect clan. The cultivators understood that both the Haotian Alliance and the Myriad Demons Ridge were humans after all. However, the insect race was a mutant. Under such a crisis, they could put aside the grudges between their own race. Eliminating the mutants was their top priority. According to E, these insects came from the depths of the earth. In the past, they did not appear and were not known. After all, cultivators would not go too deep into the earth because of the interference of the magnetic field. The deeper they went, the more their spiritual power would be suppressed. Therefore, the depths of the earth had always been a forbidden zone for cultivators. However, after the earthquake that swept through the entire 9 regions, cracks appeared on the ground, and the insect race emerged from underground. It was unknown how many years these insects had reproduced. There are many kinds of insects, and their numbers were huge. Although the cultivators of the 9 regions had been bravely killing these insects for the past year, they still couldn't kill them all. There was no way to destroy the hive. The hive was hidden in the depths of the earth and was extremely difficult to find. Once, a group of divine ocean realm cultivators went there, but they returned in failure. The deeper they went, the more insects there were, and the more their cultivation would be suppressed. Moreover, in such an environment, once a battle broke out, it would be endless. Unless they succeeded in one strike, it would be difficult to accomplish anything. This was a disaster. However, to the cultivators of the 9 regions, it was also a feast, because killing the insects could earn them war merits. Lu Yi checked his war merits and found that there were indeed a few hundred more points. To the cultivators of the 9 regions, war merits ran through their entire cultivation life. The latter was especially important as it could be used to exchange for spiritual sticks for cultivation. Usually, there were not many ways for everyone to earn war merits. The war merits of the prefecture guards of the various regions were basically given out through their monthly salary. The amount was fixed unless they went to carry out some missions. However, killing the insects could earn war merits. It was very convenient. This led to a phenomenon. In the Cloud River battlefield, the number of cultivators decreased greatly. Basically, any Cloud River realm cultivator with a bit of ambition and foundation would leave the Cloud River battlefield and return to the 9 regions to kill the insects. Now, in the Cloud River battlefield, there were basically no cultivators above the 5th order Cloud River realm. They all ran back to the 9 regions. They could not deal with the insects that were too strong, but the insect race's biggest advantage was their numbers. Although there were powerful insects, compared to their overall numbers, they were not worth mentioning. Therefore, as long as one's luck was not too bad, one could casually walk around and gain something. There was no need to mention the True Lake Realm cultivators. In these 2 years, many cultivators of the 9 regions had died, but which one of them did not gain a lot? In the past, they had to calculate their war merits to exchange for spiritual sticks for cultivation. Now, there was no need for that. If they did not have war merits, they could go kill the insects. After killing for a while, they would have war merits. Not to mention others. Just take the members of Team D9, for example. In these 2 years, the overall cultivation of the team had increased significantly. 2 years, the timing was very coincidental. Lu Yi could not help but think. What made him even more concerned was that he had vaguely seen the silhouettes of many insectoids on a certain floating continent on his way back to the 9 states. However, he had only caught a glimpse of them at the time and couldn't be completely sure that they were insectoids. But if it was really the insect race that gathered on a floating continent, were they related to the insect disaster this time? He could not be sure. Team D9 was now led by 3rd senior brother Xiao Xinghe. Right now, they were stationed in a city, guarding the safety of that city with other cultivators. This could not be helped. The insect disaster had swept across the 9 regions. No matter how strong the sects were, they had the ability to protect themselves. However, it was not the same for the cities where many mortals gathered. They needed the nearby sects to transfer manpower to assist in the defense. Some sects had a good foundation and could transfer enough manpower, but some sects had a weak foundation and did not have many people available at all. They could only ask for help from Grand Sky City. Team D9 was sent out under such circumstances. In 2 years, the team had traveled through half of the war province. Right now, they were in the 7th city that they were responsible for assisting in the defense. Rebirth, the great era of waves. Through the many messages sent by Lu Yi roughly understood the current situation of the 9 regions. Take care of yourselves. I will return to Grand Sky City first, and then look for you guys. Lu Yi transmitted, NN. You have to be careful too, Yi replied. On the city wall of Red River City, Yi ended the transmission and smiled as if relieved of a heavy burden. It was great that Lu Yi was back. Beside her, the members of Team D9 gathered and listened to Yi relay Lu Ye's words. Xiao Xinghe laughed heartily. Little junior brother is back. We should congratulate him with insect blood. Everyone, follow me to kill some insects. Since senior brother has given the order, little brother will follow. Li Bashian stood up. A moment later, The team rushed out of the city under Xiao Xinghe's lead and killed their way out. On the Li Plains, Lu Yi activated the 1,000-faced spirit tattoos to change his appearance. He also changed the color of the scarlet dragon battle clothes to white. He put away the mountain pan saber and hung the sword gourd on his waist. In an instant, the handsome sword cultivator was born. After all, this was the territory of the myriad demon ridge. It was troublesome to act with his original appearance. Although he had reached the divine sea realm, there were many people stronger than him in the vast 9 regions. He was not arrogant enough to think that he was invincible. If he could avoid trouble, he would naturally try to keep a low profile. Riding on a sword light, he rushed forward. Along the way, he encountered scattered insects from time to time. Many of them were quite strong. Lu Yi had a slight understanding of how bad the insect disaster in the 9 regions was. If the deserted Li Plains was like this, one could imagine what it would be like in a place with people. After traveling for 2 hours, he gained a few hundred battle merits. This made him sigh. Although the 9 regions' environment was bad, it was much easier for cultivators to obtain battle merits than before. Of course, the risks were also relatively high, but this was how cultivation was. If you wanted to obtain, you had to pay a price and take risks. Many of the insects he killed along the way were in the true lake realm. He did not encounter any divine sea realm insects. But that did not mean that there were none. Just like the mosquito-like insect he first encountered. A single insect was nothing, but once they gathered into a swarm, even he had to retreat. Suddenly, a wave of spiritual energy came from a direction. Lu Yi turned his head and saw a few cultivators running for their lives in that direction. A mantis insect was chasing closely behind them. The cultivators he encountered in such a place were naturally from the myriad demon ridge. In the past, Lu Yi probably would not care about the life or death of these people. The opposing factions destined him to be enemies with the people of the myriad demon ridge. But the trip to the blood refining realm made him feel a lot. The biggest feeling was that the cultivators of the 2 factions could coexist peacefully. They could also unite for a goal. He had received many favors from the old seniors in the blood refining realm. Half of them were from the myriad demon ridge. Of course, this was related to the special situation of the blood refining realm. It was also related to the state of mind of the old seniors. At their level, many of the grievances and grudges from when they were young could be forgotten with a smile. Before he left, many of the old seniors gave him their respective tokens. They said that if he encountered any disciples who bullied him, he should take out this token and show it to them. But from another point of view, those old seniors also had the intention of letting Lu Yi help their disciples and grand-disciples when they were in danger. It was just that some words were not easy to say. They had seen Lu Ye's ability. They knew that as long as Lu Yi was given enough time, he would definitely be able to reach their level or even surpass them. When that time came, who would be his opponent in the 9 continents? The different tokens were a sign of trust, as well as a kind of invisible entrustment. The trip to the blood refining realm had made some subtle changes in Lu Ye's state of mind. In the past, when he saw the cultivators of the myriad demon ridge, his first thought was how to kill them. But now he would not. Who knew if there were any descendants of the old seniors among the cultivators of the myriad demon ridge? Although the probability was very small. Chapter 1053. The cultivators who were escaping were all in the true lake realm, and the spirit energy fluctuations coming from their leader were at the 6th order true lake realm. This was a 4-man team with decent strength. However, they were still being chased into a corner because the insect that was chasing them was in the spirit sea realm. The team of 4 was out to hunt insects, and such teams could be found everywhere in the 9 provinces. At first, everything went smoothly, so they ventured deeper into the forest. Who would have thought that they would meet an undefeatable opponent? Now, one of the 4 was seriously injured and was being held in the arms of one of their companions, covered in blood. The other 2 used their own methods to block the insect's attacks. One was a Dharma cultivator, so his techniques were quite powerful, while the other was a ghost cultivator. In such a situation, the ghost cultivator's usefulness was limited. The ghost cultivator's specialty was sneak attacks, but if they were to face the enemy head-on, their strength would be reduced. This ghost cultivator's specialty was to escape 1,000 miles away if they failed to kill the enemy. In the current situation, if the ghost cultivator abandoned his companions and fled, he would still have a chance to survive. He was the fastest, and he didn't need to be faster than the spirit sea realm insect. He only needed to be faster than his 3 companions. However, he obviously didn't have the intention to escape alone. He cooperated with the Dharma cultivator and resisted with difficulty. This kind of thing should have been done by a physique cultivator. There was originally a physique cultivator in the team, but he died gloriously. Helpless, the ghost cultivator could only replace him. Lu Yi suddenly felt that this ghost cultivator looked familiar. After taking a closer look, he couldn't help but be stunned. Why was this guy here? Wasn't he supposed to be at Lone Mountain City? Lone Mountain City was tens of thousands of miles away from here, and this place was under the jurisdiction of Dark Moon Forest Pass. What he didn't know was that someone had requested to be transferred away from Lone Mountain City in order to get rid of his shadow. As for where he was transferred, it didn't matter, as long as it wasn't at Lone Mountain City. More than 2 years ago, when the war between Dark Moon Forest Pass and Shocking Waves Lake Pass broke out, Dark Moon Forest Pass needed a large number of reinforcements, so he was transferred here. The Great Genetic Age, sure enough, after 2 years of comfortable days, he no longer had to be on tenterhooks at Lone Mountain City. Thanks to the insect disaster, his harvest in the past 2 years was not small. Now his cultivation had reached the 6th order True Lake realm. Coupled with his extraordinary background and talent, he was at least somewhat famous in the Dark Moon Forest Pass, even if he could not summon the wind and rain. He, Ingwuji, finally stood up. It had been a long time since Lu Yi last saw an old friend. In addition, Lu Yi already had the intention to save him. This time he no longer hesitated. The sword light beneath his feet trembled as he charged toward the battle. The spirit artifacts in Ingwuji's hands flew as he struggled to fend off the attacks of the mantis bug. Even though it was a bug that did not have much intelligence, it was instinctive to fight and kill. It was as if it was born to be a swordsman with exquisite saber skills. The 2 mantis blades slashed at Ingwuji from unimaginable angles, causing Ingwuji to be flustered. Moreover, every strike was powerful and heavy. He had no choice but to abandon the usual combat methods used by ghost cultivators and face them head-on. If it weren't for the help of the spell cultivator and the fact that the insect race didn't know how to use the power of the spirit, they would have died long ago. The gap between the True Lake stage and the Spirit Sea stage was like a huge chasm. He hated anyone who used a saber, even if the other party was just a bug. No one who used a saber was good. He had already sent a message to his own past master asking for help. However, it would take time for the past master to arrive. He wasn't even sure if the past master would come. Currently, the Dark Moon Forest Pass only had the past master at the Spirit Sea realm. If the past master did not come, then they would be doomed. But even if the past master came, could they really hold on until then? As he thought about it, a huge force came from the front. Ingwuji's arm went numb. He raised it high and opened it wide. In his field of vision, the mantis bug's blade flashed with a cold light as it stabbed downward. It was so fast that it left behind a series of afterimages. Ingwuji's body went cold. He knew that his time of death had come. As a ghost cultivator, to be able to fight against a divine sea realm bug for so long was already a reflection of his strong foundation. But he could not hold on any longer. At the moment of life and death, he realized that he did not have the slightest bit of fear. He did not even have the thought of retreating. Cultivators of the 9 states, from the spirit stream realm onwards, lived in constant conflict between the 2 camps. In their lives, they had experienced countless big and small battles. None of them were afraid of death. It could be said that most cultivators could face their own death calmly. But even if he died, he had to die in a meaningful way. Following the thought in his heart, he pounced forward and shouted, "Go!" Even if he could only delay for a moment, he had to create a chance for his companions to escape. In his field of vision, a beam of light suddenly descended from the sky. Ingwuji did not see clearly what it was, and he did not have time to look. He thrust the short blade in his hand forward and stabbed it directly into the mantis bug's hideous mouth. His spiritual power exploded, and the mouth exploded. This was the last attack of his life. Naturally, he used all his strength, but death did not come as expected. There was a cold feeling on the top of his head, and a wet feeling slid down his cheeks. The smell of blood lingered at the tip of his nose. The mantis bug's sharp mantis blade was on top of his head, half an inch into his flesh. Just a little more, and he would have been dead. Pain came from the top of his head. Ingwuji gasped for breath. He did not know what was going on. He did not die. Not only did he not die, but he also killed this spirit ocean realm bug. In an instant, Ingwuji's eyes were wet. He really did stand up, but in the next moment, a thin line of blood appeared on the forehead of the mantis bug in front of him. That line of blood quickly spread and went straight through the bug's entire body. With a crash, the mantis bug split open from the middle. The cut was neat and clean. Dark green blood drenched Ingwuji's head and face. Ingwuji blinked his eyes. It was not until then that he saw a figure standing not far away. Just now, this figure was blocked by the mantis bug. His first impression was that this guy was really handsome. With this kind of appearance, even if he did not have much cultivation, he would be able to attract girls with just a flick of his finger. Then, a sense of horror suddenly surged from the depths of his heart. He did not know where this sense of horror came from. Anyway, the moment he saw this stranger, his heart skipped a beat. He felt inexplicably uneasy. Instinctively, he felt that this was the after effect of escaping death. He hurriedly took a step back and looked at the newcomer warily. He was wearing a white robe and looked like an immortal. He had a handsome face and a big gourd hanging on his waist. No one could tell where he came from, but the spiritual energy around him showed that he was a spirit sea realm cultivator. Ingwuji finally realized that he did not die. It was not that he was too powerful, but that he was saved. The light that he caught a glimpse of just now was obviously from this person's means. That should be a sword light. Only a powerhouse like that could kill a divine ocean realm insectoid so cleanly. Calming down, Ingwuji cupped his fists. Dark Moon Forest Pass, Ingwuji. Thank you for saving my life. May I know how to address you? For some reason, although he wanted to sincerely thank him, he felt a little uncomfortable. Moreover, the way this spirit ocean realm cultivator looked at him was a little strange. It seemed a little mischievous. Ingwuji could not look him in the eye. After all, he was a spirit ocean realm cultivator. It was very impolite. Moreover, he had just saved his life. You are Li Tai Bai? Behind him, the spell cultivator looked as if he had seen a ghost. He looked at Lu Yi in shock. Back then, Lu Yi had disguised himself as Li Tai Bai and fought 6 rounds with the Grand Sky Alliance cultivators at the Shocking Waves Lake Pass. He won all 6 battles. In the last battle, he killed Tan Shu, whose cultivation was several levels higher than his. At that time, many cultivators at the Dark Moon Forest Pass saw him and were shocked. Later, some news came from the young Pass Lord Linyu. This Li Tai Bai was someone who could rival the Sect Destroyer Yi. The Sect Destroyer Yi was a ferocious person. When he was in the Spirit Stream realm, he had defeated the top sects of the Myriad Demon Ridge. When he was in the Cloud River realm, he had a terrifying battle record of killing 2,000 people in one battle. He was also ranked first in the Cloud River contest. His fame was so great that Lan Zi, who was ranked second, did not even have the thought of challenging him. He was in the limelight for a while. In the same era and in the same cultivation level, no one in the 9 prefectures could be compared to him. He was also seen as a tumor by the myriad Demon Ridge and wanted to get rid of him. The myriad Demon Ridge had finally produced Li Tai-bai, so they naturally wanted to spread the news. However, what made people sigh was that Tan Shu's death triggered a war between the two passes. The shocking Waves Lake Pass, Lord Lu Yueme personally dealt with Li Tai-bai. She bullied the weak with her status as a spirit ocean realm cultivator. In that battle, Li Tai-bai unfortunately died. When a legend fell, many myriad Demon Ridge cultivators at the Dark Moon Forest Pass were indignant. However, he was already dead, so what was the use of being indignant? This spell cultivator was also present that day to witness Li Tai-bai's progress. The person who beheaded Tan Shu could be said to be extremely respectful towards him. However, he never expected that a person who had already died would appear in front of him again. Moreover, in a short 2 years, he had already reached the spirit ocean realm. He almost thought that he was dreaming. What? You are Li Tai-bai? Ing Wuji was also shocked. It had been 2 years since he came to the Dark Moon Forest Pass. Naturally, he had heard of Li Tai-bai's legendary deeds. Many people had told him about it before. He also felt that it was a pity. If the cultivators of the Dark Moon Forest Pass did not exaggerate, then Li Tai-bai really was someone who could contend with Lu Iya. It was a pity that he came too late and did not get to see Li Tai-bai's majesty. He never thought that he would be fated to meet him today. Unbelievable, unbelievable. According to his understanding, 2 years ago, Li Tai-bai was only a third-order true lake realm cultivator. His cultivation was not much stronger than his own. In 2 years, he was already a sixth-order true lake realm cultivator. His cultivation was improving at an incredible speed. But Li Tai-bai had actually reached the spirit ocean realm. What kind of great pill did he eat? Lu Iya was not surprised that someone recognized him. He only nodded slightly, "It's me." When he activated the Thousand Faces spirit inscription, he also thought about changing his face to an unfamiliar face. However, the sword gourd symbol was too obvious, so he simply used Li Tai-bai's appearance. This place was under the jurisdiction of the Dark Moon Forest Pass, so it was normal for him to be recognized when encountering cultivators from the Dark Moon Forest Pass. Chapter 1054. Li Tai-bai's identity was recognized by Myriad Demon Ridge as a guard token, making it easier for him to act. Recognizing Lu Ye's identity, Ing Wuji's team of 3 bowed again. Many thanks for Sir's assistance. The 4th member of the team was seriously injured and unconscious and was being carried on the back of another person. Although they were shocked by Li Tai-bai's rapid improvement in cultivation, they were fortunate to have met a Spirit Sea realm master here. Otherwise, their fates would have been bleak. Lu Yi didn't comment. A Spirit Sea realm master should have the dignity of a Spirit Sea realm master. Turning his head to look in a certain direction, Lu Yi could vaguely sense a Spirit Sea realm aura rapidly approaching, and judging from the fluctuations of this aura, it wasn't an ordinary Spirit Sea realm master. Feeling a sense of familiarity, Lu Yi roughly understood who this newcomer was. Presumably, Ing Wuji and the others had sent a message for help, causing the other party to rush here. Hesitating for a moment, Lu Yi didn't try to avoid them and instead stood in place calmly. If he tried to avoid them now, he would feel somewhat guilty. The newcomers soon arrived, and the stream of light dissipated, revealing a graceful figure. It was the little pass master of Dark Moon Forest Pass, Lin Yu. After not seeing her for a few years, her cultivation had improved, and she was now a 7th-order Divine Sea Realm Master. Even so, her face was filled with undisguised fatigue, and even her hair was a bit messy. Landing and sweeping her eyes around, she roughly understood what had happened and turned to look at Lu Yi in amazement. "Li Tai-bai!" She had a deep impression of this handsome young man in front of her. Back then, she even had the thought of accepting him into her sect. If it weren't for some accidents that happened later and destroyed this young man's future, she would be very happy to help her martial nephew and the other party get together. Unfortunately, in the battle at Shocking Waves Lake Pass to capture Dark Moon Forest Pass. Although Li Tai-bai was lucky enough to survive, his soul had been injured by Lu Yueme, making it impossible for him to improve in this life. After that battle, she had hurriedly sent this young man away and announced that Li Tai-bai had died, mainly because she was afraid her martial nephew would continue to pester her. Every time she thought of this person afterwards, she felt extremely regretful. But the cultivation world was like this. Since ancient times, many talented cultivators had made a name for themselves at a young age, but if they couldn't reach the end, their achievements would only be short-lived. The 9 provinces was vast, and there were many geniuses. Geniuses who couldn't grow were useless. Lin Yu hadn't expected to meet this young man again after so many years. Forest Pass Lord, long time no see. Lu Yi smiled lightly. When he was a third-order, true lake realm cultivator facing off against Lin Yu, a spirit sea realm cultivator, the pressure he felt was quite great. But now that he saw her again, it was no longer a big deal. Lin Yu stared at Lu Yi in disbelief. You have reached the divine sea level. I encountered a fortuitous encounter and gained some benefits, so I was lucky enough to advance. Lu Yi casually spouted nonsense. There were many opportunities in the land of the 9 prefectures. Just because he couldn't encounter it didn't mean that others couldn't. Lin Yu had sent Li Tai-bai away because his spirit was injured and his future was hopeless. However, there was no such thing as a dead end in this world. Looking at it now, Li Tai-bai had survived a hopeless situation. He must be blessed with great luck. Otherwise, how could a mere independent cultivator have such an opportunity? A small secret realm? Lin Yu immediately connected the dots. They hadn't seen Li Tai-bai for several years, and now he had suddenly appeared as a divine sea cultivator. In addition, he had also mentioned a lucky chance. This could only be explained by a small mystic realm. Lu Yi smiled but said nothing. Lin Yu also knew that she had misspoken. This kind of thing was not easy to pry into, even if her cultivation was higher than Lu Ye's, who didn't have their own secrets. It was just that she was too shocked and overworked recently, so she spoke without thinking. Li Tai-bai didn't answer. It was reasonable, and she wouldn't blame him. Where are you going? Lin Yu asked again. Lu Yi said, I've just come out of seclusion not too long ago, and I'm preparing to travel around. Seniors should know that I've just stepped into the divine sea realm, so my mental state and cultivation are still lacking. It's time for me to broaden my horizons. What he said was the truth, but Lin Yu shook her head. If it was in the past, there wouldn't be a problem. However, there have been great changes in the 9 prefectures in the past 2 years. I'm afraid it's not suitable for me to travel anymore. Great change? Lu Yi revealed a puzzled expression. Is it related to the insect race? I saw the desert, plains desolate with the insect race running rampant. What's going on here? Lin Yu sighed. Calamities and tribulations from the heavens cannot be stopped by humans. His expression was filled with exhaustion. He changed the topic and said, What's the matter? Providing you with the great God Momos, the great sage of human Tao. Chapter 1054, War-Free Reading, yes. The fastest to update the latest chapter. Are you willing to follow me to the Dark Moon Forest Pass? For the past 2 years, she had been overseeing the Dark Moon Forest Pass alone. She had repeatedly sent messages to the 10,000 Demon City, requesting for help. However, the 9 prefectures were currently plagued by insect disasters, and the divine sea realm cultivators of the 10,000 Demon Ridge were all on missions. They were already short on manpower, so how could they spare any extra manpower for her? It wasn't just the 10,000 Demon Ridge that was like this. Grand Heaven Alliance was the same. If not for this, how could she, a dignified 7th Order Divine Sea Realm cultivator, be so tired? If she could capture Li Tai-bai and bring him to the Dark Moon Forest Pass, he would definitely be able to share her burden. She could understand that the 10,000 Demon City had rejected her request for manpower. It shouldn't be a problem for her to capture a strong man herself, right? And no matter what, Li Taibai had some connections with the Dark Moon Forest Pass, so he was in a favorable position. How could Lu Yi be willing to go to the Dark Moon Forest Pass with her? He had just returned from the blood refining world and was about to return to Grand Sky City, so he didn't want to complicate matters. Just as he was about to refuse, Lin Yu saw through his thoughts. She raised her hand and grabbed the guard order at her waist. Dark Moon Forest Pass Master Lin Yu, conscripting rogue cultivator Li Taibai to assist in guarding the pass. Once the order is given, no disobedience is allowed. She wanted to use her military rank and position to pressure him. Lu Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had disguised himself as Li Taibai just to take advantage of this identity. As long as he passed through Li Yuan and crossed the 10,000 Demon Ridges territory, he could restore his original appearance. But now, this problem had arisen. Under the guard order, Li Taibai had no room to refuse. Of course, as Lu Yi, he could also try to kill all these people in front of him and end this once and for all. If it was the previous Lu Yi, he might have thought of this. As for whether he could kill them or not, he would have to fight first. At worst, he would just expose Li Taibai's background and his ability to disguise himself as a 10,000 Demon Ridge cultivator. There was no real loss, but now he had more considerations than before. So, after pondering for a moment, he cupped his fists and said, Li Taibai accepts the order. Dark Moon Forest Pass could not restrain him. If he really wanted to leave, he was not in a hurry, so there was no need to start a conflict here. Lin Yu smiled. Very good. Then, from now on, you are the young pass master of my Dark Moon Forest Pass. Lu Yi did not expect that he would be entrusted with such an important task after being recruited. Puzzled, he asked, Isn't the young pass master of Dark Moon Forest Pass senior? Senior, did you get promoted? Where is the original Great Pass Master? He remembered that the original Great Pass Master was called Zhang Kuan. In terms of cultivation, he was a minor realm higher than Lin Yu. You are already at the Divine Sea Realm, so there is no need to call me senior. Cultivators like us are ranked by our cultivation. If you don't mind, you can call me senior sister. It will make me look younger. Lin Yu is undoubtedly optimistic about Lu Yi. Imagine a rogue cultivator without a sect or master, who could kill a 7th Order master when he was only at the 3rd Order True Lake Realm. In just 2 years, he had reached the Divine Sea Realm. How could an ordinary person compare to such potential? And now was the time for her to recruit people. Naturally, she would try her best to rope in Lu Yi. Senior Sister Lin. Lu Yi readily accepted her advice. You don't understand the current situation of the 9 states. Now, we need Divine Sea Realm cultivators everywhere. Senior Brother Zhang Kuan has been transferred away, so there is only one Divine Sea Realm cultivator in Dark Moon Forest Pass. It is not a promotion, just a supplement. Lu Yi understood. Let's return to the pass first. I will explain it to you on the way. Lin Yu said. While the two of them were talking, Ing Wuji's team stood quietly at the side. Only Ing Wuji moved to remove the mantis race's 2 mantis blades and place them on his shoulders. He looked very majestic. Seeing Lu Yi look at him, Ing Wuji explained, This thing is tough and sharp. It is suitable for artifact refining. Although the insect plague caused the 9 states to lose a lot, it also contributed a lot of precious materials. Take this mantis blade, for example. It was extremely tough and sharp. It was an excellent material for artifact refining. That was why cultivators could not only obtain battle merits by killing the insect race, but they could also collect many rare and strange materials. These things could be sold to the Tianji treasure vault for a good profit. Lu Yi nodded. Ing Wuji continued, Also, I do not like things like blades. I hate people who use blades the most. Little Pass Lord, you are a sword cultivator. You should know that I will provide you with the latest chapter of Great God Momo's The Great Sage of Human Tao. Chapter 1054. Great Sage Free Reading. Great Sage. The fastest to update the latest chapter. Blades are not good people. They are a bunch of boorish people. They are not as elegant as sword cultivators. In the 9 states, those who use blades looked down on those who use swords, and those who use swords looked down on those who used blades. It was no secret that the two hated each other. Li Tai Bai was his savior and seemed to be a sword cultivator. Naturally, Ing Wu Ji had to find something he liked to hear. In the future, he would be the little pass lord of Dark Moon Forest Pass. He would have to listen to his orders. Lu Yi narrowed his eyes and nodded. That makes sense. You are not bad. I have high hopes for you. Although it was a compliment, Ing Wu Ji felt that something was not quite right. For some reason, he felt goosebumps all over his body. Let's go. Lin Yu was in a good mood, although she did not have time to save people on this trip. Now that she had recruited Li Tai Bai to help her, she would not have to work so hard in the future. In fact, if it were not for Ing Wu Ji in this group, she would not have rushed here. Cultivators outside were dependent on their own fortune and misfortune. How could they always have a senior to take care of them? If that was the case, cultivators would not be able to grow. However, Ing Wu Ji was from Sun Luo Hall. She had to take him seriously. After receiving the request for help, she immediately rushed over. Channeling her spirit energy, the group flew towards Dark Moon Forest Pass under Lin Yu's lead. Lu Yi and Lin Yu flew at the front. Ing Wu Ji and the others followed closely behind. Along the way, Lin Yu told them about the current situation in the 9 states. It was roughly the same as the information Lu Yi got from Yi, but more detailed. To be continued, to see the latest chapter of the Great Sage of Human Tao, please enter it in your browser. To provide you with the latest chapter of Great God Momo's The Great Sage of Human Tao. Chapter 1054. Great Sage Free Reading. Great Sage. Chapter 1055. Yi naturally wouldn't hide anything from Lu Yi, but her cultivation was not enough, so she didn't have access to as many things as Lin Yu. According to Lin Yu's description, the situation in the 9 regions was more serious than Lu Yi imagined. It was so serious that the Grand Heaven Alliance and the Myriad Demon Ridge had tacitly suspended their disputes and dealt with the mess in their hands. This was the first time since the beginning of the world. Ever since the 2 camps had been established, the conflict between them had never stopped. In the Spirit Stream battlefield, in the Cloud River battlefield, and in the 9 states, there had been endless conflict. However, because of the spread of the insect plague, the 2 camps had been forced to make some changes. But what made people feel desperate was that this situation had been going on for 2 years, and they didn't know how long it would last. The insects that emerged from the depths of the ground were endless, and the cultivators still didn't have the ability to go deep into the ground to destroy the insect nest. If the source of the insect nest was not solved, the insect problem would always exist. This was a dead end. The most urgent problem for the powerhouses of the 2 camps now was how to safely go deep into the ground. As long as this problem was solved, the insect disaster would be eliminated. When the group arrived at the Dark Moon Forest Pass, Lu Yi keenly noticed that the number of cultivators stationed here had greatly decreased. It was less than 10% of the total number when he came here last time. Although some cultivators were now killing insects to earn merit, the number shouldn't be so small. This situation was not caused by casualties, but because most of the cultivators had been transferred away, just like the reason why Zhang Kuan was transferred away. After all, this was the front line of the confrontation between the 2 camps. There was nothing else except for the mountain passes. Even if the insect race attacked and occupied this place, there was no real loss. Unlike the hinterland of the 2 camps, there were many cities and gathering places of mortals that needed to be guarded. However, this was the front line after all, and they couldn't abandon it, so they still needed some cultivators to stay here. As for the cultivators who were transferred away, most of them were sent to positions that needed cultivators to guard. The number of cultivators in the 9 regions was huge, but in the face of this insect disaster that swept across the entire continent, the manpower was still tight. Ingwuji and the others left and took their seriously injured companion to find a medical practitioner to treat him. Lin Yu led Lu Yi to a hall and walked inside. This was Senior Brother Zhang Kuin's original residence. After he left, this place has been empty. You can live here in the future. Lu Yi had no objections. It's your first time here, so you should rest first. I will request the 10,000 Demon City to promote you to the Little Pass Lord of the Dark Moon Forest Pass. Before the official appointment is made, you don't need to do anything. However, right now, all sides are in need of manpower, so it won't take long. You should be mentally prepared. Lin Yu quickly left in a good mood. Recently, she had been really tired. This time, she had caught a divine Sea Realm cultivator from her side in the wild, and although he was only a first-order divine Sea Realm cultivator, he could at least share some of her burden. After sending Lin Yu off, Lu Yi went to a nearby sleeping chamber and sat down cross-legged. Being pulled in by Lin Yu didn't have much of an impact on him. It was just a delay of a few days. 2 years had passed, so why would he care about a few days? Moreover, Li Taibai's identity could withstand scrutiny. Back then, he had disguised himself as Li Taibai and had not been seen through by the myriad Demon Ridge. Now that the situation in the 9 prefectures was so chaotic, it was even more impossible for him to be exposed. He could take this opportunity to nail a nail into the myriad Demon Ridge. Last time, when Lu Yi disguised himself as Li Taibai, he had considered this, but at that time his cultivation was insufficient, so he gave up on this idea. Now that he was a divine Sea Realm cultivator, and with this opportunity, Lin Yu was in urgent need of manpower, so everything was logical. It wasn't that he wanted to do anything unspeakable to the myriad Demon Ridge. He couldn't shake the foundation of such a large camp by himself, so he didn't have the ability to do so. It was just a simple matter of taking advantage of the situation. Perhaps doing so would be meaningless, or perhaps it would play a crucial role in the future. Who knew? It was just a chess piece within the scope of his ability. The only troublesome person in the Dark Moon Forest Pass was Tong Shuyao. Lu Yi remembered that this senior sister was extremely concerned about Li Taibai. After the last battle, Tong Shuyao was seriously injured and fell into a coma. Lin Yu announced that Li Taibai had died in battle, so she wanted to cut off Tong Shuyao's thoughts. Now that he had come back from the dead, he didn't know if Tong Shuyao would still bother him. But then again, Tong Shuyao might not be here. A large number of cultivators in the Dark Moon Forest Pass were transferred away, and Tong Shuyao might have been transferred away too, so she might not be here. After thinking for a while, Lu Yi got up and walked out of his sleeping quarters, heading straight for the Tianji Hall. He had been to the Tianji Hall in the Dark Moon Forest Pass before, so he was very familiar with the place. There were tens of cultivators in the hall. All of them were either buying or selling the Tianji pillar. Lu Yi found a familiar figure among them. It was Ingwuji. Beside him was his magic cultivator companion. During this trip, they had gained quite a lot. Without mentioning other things, the materials they collected from the insects could be sold to the Tianji treasure house for merit points. A true lake stage cultivator's cultivation required a large amount of merit points. So to a cultivator, merit points and battle merits were equally important. Of course, in terms of value, battle merits were undoubtedly more valuable. The Tianji pillar was filled with people, and there was no place to stand. Lu Yi lined up not far behind Ingwuji and waited quietly. Looking at Ingwuji, Lu Yi suddenly realized a problem. With his cultivation speed, the gap between him and his peers would only grow bigger and bigger. Before his talent tree completed its transformation, his cultivation speed was quite fast, but it was not as exaggerated as it was now. But after his talent tree completed its transformation and gained the ability to devour, his cultivation speed became abnormal. His current first-order divine Sea Realm cultivation was the result of him deliberately suppressing it. If he did not suppress it, his cultivation would definitely be higher. This meant that his companions and even enemies who could walk side by side with him in the past would soon be left behind. Ingwuji was like this, But Shaoxing, Healy Basian, and the others were also like this. This made Lu Yi feel a little melancholy. He originally wanted to tease Ing Wuji, but now he was no longer in the mood. Ing Wuji quickly finished his transaction and revealed a look of joy. The harvest this time was quite good, enough to support his cultivation for a while. When he turned around, he was startled and hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, sir." Lu Yi nodded softly and stepped forward with the demeanor of a divine sea realm master, raising his hand and placing it on the Tianji pillar. Ing Wuji held his breath and quickly walked away. He didn't know why, but every time he saw this Li Tai Bai, he felt an inexplicable sense of pressure. He was sure that he had never seen this person before, and it was impossible for him to have any relationship with him. But that inexplicable sense of pressure was real. Although he didn't understand, Ing Wuji still secretly warned himself to stay as far away from this person as possible in the future. Cultivators followed their hearts, and it had to be said that as a ghost cultivator, Ing Wuji had a very strong sense of potential danger. At the same time, somewhere in Thunder Province, a graceful figure flew through the air as a divine sea realm insect flew towards her, its mandibles wriggling as it released a fierce aura. When the graceful figure brushed past it, the insect suddenly stiffened, and it wasn't until the graceful figure flew 1,000 meters away that it suddenly burst into a bloody mist. She continued forward, and in her boredom, she habitually checked her battlefield mark. In the past 2 years, this was what she had done the most. It wasn't that she was bored, but rather that she was using her battlefield mark to check whether someone was alive or not. Originally, she thought that this time would be the same as before, and there wouldn't be any changes to the battlefield mark. But after a glance, the woman suddenly froze and hurriedly stopped. The battlefield mark that hadn't changed for 2 years had actually changed, and it was now in a state where it could be contacted. In other words, that person had returned to the 9 provinces. This was really strange. Since the small secret realm collapsed 2 years ago, that person had disappeared, and the battlefield mark had been in a state where it couldn't be contacted. The High Lord guessed that he should have gone to another small secret realm. However, she couldn't figure out what kind of secret realm could trap a person for 2 years. But no matter what, this was good news for her and the High Lord, because this person was someone that the High Lord thought highly of. It could be said that he was the best person to do something big. In the entire 9 provinces, besides him, no one else could do it, including the omnipotent High Lord. She hurriedly sent a message to the High Lord. "Lu Yi has returned to the 9 provinces." After a few breaths, the High Lord replied, "Bring him here." Yu Daiwei stuck out her scarlet tongue, licked her lips, and said softly, "Little thing, don't even think about it this time." Last time, when she trapped him in the small secret realm and left Dao 13 to guard it, she thought that nothing would go wrong. But the High Lord thought that he had a way to escape because he was a person with great luck and could do things that ordinary people couldn't. Yu Daiwei thought that if she was in his situation, she would have no other choice but to die of old age in the small secret realm. She had also checked on that kid's situation once in a while, wanting to see what tricks he could play. But she didn't find any clues until one day, when she wanted to check on the situation again. She was surprised to find that the small secret realm where that kid was placed had collapsed. She couldn't believe it. She knew that the collapse of the small secret realm must have something to do with that kid, but she really couldn't understand how he did it. Although she didn't stay in the small secret realm all the time, she checked frequently and didn't find anything suspicious at all. Just as the High Lord said, a person with such great luck always had things that ordinary people couldn't do. The small secret realm had collapsed, the person had disappeared, and the battlefield mark had been in a state where it couldn't be contacted. After 2 years, that kid had finally returned. Compared to carrying out the mission given by the High Lord, she was more interested in knowing how he made the small secret realm disappear and where he had been for the past 2 years. A woman's curiosity was extremely strong. Fortunately, these 2 things didn't conflict. If she wanted to catch him, she had to determine his location first. Fortunately, It wasn't difficult to do this in the 9 provinces. Chapter 1056. With a flip of her hand, a tracking disc appeared in her palm. She bit her fingertip and wrote Lu Ye's name on the disc. The needle spun and pointed in a certain direction. That direction was where the Force province was located. Tracking discs were rare, but they were not impossible to obtain. Many top sects in the 9 regions had backup tracking discs. The one in Yu Daiwei's hand was given to her by the Great Lord. If not for the fact that she wanted to catch that brat as soon as possible, she would not use it. It was normal for it to point in the direction of the Force province. Lu Ye was from the Force province. Since he had returned to the 9 regions from a small sealed world, he must be heading to the Force province. She did not think that this mission would be too difficult. Now that the world was in chaos and cultivators were scattered everywhere, it would be easy for her to capture a true Lake Realm cultivator. She had done this once before. Yu Daiwei urged her spirit energy and rushed toward the Force province. With her 8th Order Divine Sea Realm cultivation, her speed was very fast. At this time, on a spirit peak, Taishan stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the clouds below. Even someone as powerful as him was caught off guard by the various changes in the 9 regions in the past 2 years. The sudden outbreak of the insect plague forced him to change many of his plans. However, the true core of the plan was something that couldn't be changed. The outbreak of the insect plague was a crisis for the 9 regions. If it were not for the large number of cultivators in the 9 regions, the entire world would have been plunged into misery and suffering. But for him, it was an opportunity, a great opportunity to win people's hearts. The current 9 prefectures had been plagued by the insect plague for 2 years, not to mention the mortals. Even the cultivators were extremely distressed. If at this juncture a person or a force stood out and resolved the insect plague, they would definitely gain great prestige. He wanted to create a 3rd camp outside of the Grand Heaven Alliance and the Myriad Demon Ridge. He wanted to eliminate the conflict between the 2 camps that had lasted for countless years. He needed to have the courage and strength to break the current situation. He had the courage, but he lacked the strength. But it was not a big deal. The key was the opportunity. The outbreak of the insect plague in the 9 regions had indeed disrupted his original plan, but it also presented him with a great opportunity. However, before he could carry out this plan, he would need the assistance of another person. That was because only that person would have the ability to use that miraculous item and obtain the permission of Heaven's secrets to create the 3rd faction. Last time, he wasn't qualified because the time wasn't right. But now the time had come. There was no need to probe. Taishan knew that this person was qualified to use that mystical item. This was a mysterious feeling. At his level of cultivation, most of the time, feelings were the truth. As long as they brought him over, they could borrow his strength to create chaos. Then they could use chaos as the capital to solve the insect disaster in the 9 regions. Then chaos would have the qualifications to establish itself. Jiang Yi believed that the Grand Heaven Alliance and the Myriad Devil Ridge wouldn't be so despicable as to burn the bridge after crossing the river. The establishment of chaos was only the first step. There were too many cultivators in this world who had long been tired of the endless confrontation between the 2 camps. Once the name of chaos was made known, and there was also the great merit of solving the insect plague, there would be no need to fear that no one would join them. At that time, as long as they slowly nibbled away at the foundation of the 2 camps, they could gradually change the structure of the 9 regions. This was not something that could be done in a short period of time. This was a grand plan that would take hundreds of years. Taishan was ambitious and had long been used to waiting. In the Tianji Hall of the Dark Moon Forest Pass, Lu Yi spent a large amount of merit points to exchange for some spirit stones and spirit pills. These cultivation resources weren't of much use to him. At most, they would be used to recover after a big battle. However, after his experience in the blood refinement realm, Lu Yi knew that it was better to prepare more of these things. Who knew when they would be useful? Other than that, he also bought many spirit tools and magic tools for the sword gourd to devour. There wasn't much sword chi left in the sword gourd. He was now Li Tai. If he wanted to use the methods of a sword cultivator, the sword gourd would be the thing he relied on the most. Out of the nearly 1 million merit points, only 100,000 were left. The rest were squandered in a short period of time. Then Lu Yi contacted the War Merit Pavilion. Soon he stood in front of the heavy door. The gold and silver flood dragons immediately woke up. The silver flood dragon poked its head out of the door and eagerly asked, "Little fellow, how come you haven't come to see us in such a long time? Did you forget about us?" In these 2 years, the 2 flood dragons had been waiting anxiously. It wasn't that they coveted the food that Lu Yi brought, but that they had waited so long for someone to come. They didn't want him to die early. After not seeing Lu Yi for 2 years, the 2 flood dragons thought that he had encountered some misfortune. Now that Lu Yi had finally appeared, the silver flood dragon was naturally happy. Even the gold flood dragon, who had always been relatively calm, had a concerned look in its eyes. Lu Yi smiled. "How could I forget 2 seniors? I was trapped for a long time and couldn't escape. As soon as I escaped, I came to see you too. At least you have a conscience." The silver flood dragon relaxed. However, the gold flood dragon felt that something was wrong. "What kind of powerful enemy did you encounter? How come the method we left in your divine sea was broken? You can say that." Lu Yi was too lazy to explain. The gold flood dragon was shocked again. "You broke through to the divine sea realm. How long had it been?" The last time Lu Yi came here, he was only a 5th order true lake realm cultivator. Although it knew that Lu Yi was someone who had been guided by heaven's will, the speed at which his cultivation rose was simply too terrifying. Lu Yi took out the beast meat he had just bought from his storage bag and threw it to the 2 flood dragons. The silver flood dragon immediately ate it in big mouthfuls. Delicious, really delicious. 100, it always looked like a hungry ghost reincarnated. In comparison, the gold flood dragon was undoubtedly much more stable. "You 2 eat first. I'll go in and take a look." Lu Yi smiled slightly and didn't mention that he had the 2 flood dragons leave the twin dragon sea barrier in his divine sea. There was no need for that anymore. Before he broke through to the divine sea realm, although he was lucky enough to give birth to a soul body in his divine sense, he was still not a true divine sea realm cultivator. The method the 2 flood dragons gave him could more effectively resist some divine sense attacks from divine sea realm cultivators. But now that he had broken through to the divine sea realm, he didn't need to use external methods. What's more, he had the soul-suppressing tower in his divine sea, so he didn't need to worry about ordinary divine sense attacks. Pushing open the door, Lu Yi walked into the War Service Pavilion. He didn't need anything special for this trip. First, he spent 30,000 battle points to replenish the God-vanquishing sword. In the blood-refining world, the God-vanquishing sword was of great help. Without it, Lu Yi wouldn't have been able to tear through Dao 13 soul defense and plant the soul manipulation divine rune on him. In that environment, his cultivation would be suppressed and he would likely encounter some dangers that he couldn't resist. At the very least, in the early days of the blood-refining world, Dao 13's existence resolved a lot of unnecessary troubles for him and made it easier for him to act. Now that he had broken through to the divine sea realm, he would have to fight against divine sea realm cultivators in the future. The God-vanquishing sword became even more important. But even though it was powerful, it was a one-time use treasure. After using it, he would have to return to the War Service Pavilion to replenish it, which was quite troublesome. He had spent more than 1 million battle points, but he had only spent 30,000 battle points, which wasn't even a fraction, so Lu Yi prepared to exchange for some golden spirit sticks. Thanks to the blessings of the old seniors of the blood-refining world, Lu Ye's first order divine sea realm cultivation had already been consolidated. so he planned to raise his cultivation once more. Of course, there was no need to rush this matter, and he would just let nature take its course. However, before Lu Yi could exchange for a golden spirit stick, he keenly noticed that the number of stone platforms in the War Service Pavilion had changed. He had entered and exited the War Service Pavilion many times, so although he hadn't counted the number of stone platforms, he could still clearly see their arrangement at a glance. At this moment, there were some stone platforms that hadn't been there before. This wasn't the first time this had happened. With the improvement of Lu Ye's cultivation, there would often be new things in the War Service Pavilion that he had never seen before, all of which were precious treasures. Lu Yi basically just looked around and didn't have any thoughts about it. First of all, although it was easy for him to obtain battle points, the consumption was also great. The rapid improvement of his strength was a result of a large number of battle points. Secondly, although these treasures were precious, they were ultimately just external objects. Relatively speaking, Lu Yi was more willing to exchange for a golden spirit stick to improve his cultivation. It was normal for cultivators to rely on external forces, but they couldn't rely too much on them. Therefore, apart from the mountain coiling saber, he only had the scarlet dragon battle clothes. The original intention of exchanging for the scarlet dragon battle clothes was also to consider the expansion of his body in beast form. Without this consideration, he wouldn't have even exchanged for the scarlet dragon battle clothes. Although he didn't want to exchange for anything, there was no problem with looking around. He could consider it as broadening his horizons. If someone used these things in front of him in the future, he would at least know what they were used for and be able to deal with them. Walking up to the stone platforms, Yan Kai looked at one of them and raised his brow, because what was placed on the stone platform was actually a saber. The style was ordinary, just like a machete that could be seen everywhere in the mortal world. Seeing such a thing, Lu Yi instantly lost interest. It was undeniable that a saber that could be placed here was of high quality. In terms of quality, it was much better than the mountain coiling saber. Perhaps it could reach the level of a spirit treasure. However, Lu Yi was used to using the mountain coiling saber and had long been connected to it. With a saber in hand, he could display his full strength. But if he exchanged for an unfamiliar saber, even if it was of a higher quality, even if it was exactly the same as the mountain coiling saber, it would be useless if he didn't feel comfortable using it. In the War Merit Pavilion, there were several saber-type treasures that were better than the mountain coiling saber. If Lu Yi wanted to exchange for one, he would have done so long ago. Why would he wait until today? Therefore, seeing that it was a saber, Lu Yi didn't want to continue looking. But before he could shift his gaze away, the saber suddenly squirmed and changed, directly turning into a pitch-black liquid. It wasn't liquid and looked much more condensed than liquid, as if some kind of metal had been melted. The liquid continued to squirm and change, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into the shape of another saber. Lu Yi was greatly surprised. After staring at it for a while, he found that this thing was constantly changing shape, but no matter how it changed, it was still in the shape of a saber. Only then did Lu Yi become interested and investigate the specific information of this thing. The boys' small circle of booksellers hadn't read in VX for half a year, and they had reopened the VIP section. In the end, they still had to pay for every chapter. This painful training was a little bit of cover. 13 discussions find an old book. I remember reading one. 2,000 chapters of the super long book of cultivation. The protagonist did missions in various worlds. No. Chapter 1057. Every stone platform had a layer of restriction. Without breaking the restriction, it was impossible to take away the items on the platforms. The way to break the restriction was simple. You just had to spend the corresponding amount of battle points. In the War Merit Pavilion, you didn't have to fight with strength. Battle points were the best pass. However, just checking the properties and functions of the treasures on the platforms didn't require any battle points. Lu Yi pressed his hand on the restriction on the stone platform and immersed himself in his thoughts. Soon he understood. Soul Cutter, this thing, was a soul tool that could be stored in the spirit sea. If there was a battle between spirits, it could be used to kill the enemy. Before reaching the spirit sea realm, cultivators had many ways to fight. However, it was still a contest of physical strength. All attacks and spells were driven by spiritual power. However, at the spirit sea realm, it was a battle between spirits. Battles between spirit sea realm cultivators were often divided into two sides. The visible battle was a contest of spirit sea realm cultivators, while the invisible battle was a contest of spirit sea realm cultivators. The contest of spirit sea realm cultivators had a great impact on the battle. It could be said that the side with the stronger spirit sea usually had the upper hand in a battle. Of course, unless the difference in strength was too great, it wasn't easy to defeat the opponent's spirit sea in a battle. In the past, Lu Yi didn't need to understand this. Before reaching the spirit sea realm, it was useless. However, now that he was a spirit sea realm cultivator, it was time for him to understand this. The appearance of the Soul Cutter was a pleasant surprise. It seemed that the War Merit Pavilion had also noticed his increase in spirit sea realm. That was why they had such an item. In terms of spirits, he had the Soul Pagoda, which could protect his spirit sea realm. However, this was only a passive defense. His spirit sea realm attack was still lacking. In fact, he also had offensive methods. Whether it was spirit seduction or spirit manipulation, they could be considered offensive methods. However, when fighting against spirit sea realm cultivators, he couldn't use spirit seduction or spirit manipulation. It was unrealistic. Not only would he fail to injure the enemy, he would also be a laughingstock. However, he could use his spirit sea realm to attack, just like what the traitor of the immortal Dawn Mountain, Ning Hu, did. At that time, the spirit sea realm cultivator's spirits were shaken and they fell into the lake. However, that was only because the difference in spirit sea realm cultivators was too great. If their cultivations were similar, the enemy would be able to easily block such a simple and direct divine soul attack. Only by turning one's own spiritual power into an effective attack could it be considered a spiritual attack. If Ning Hu had mastered a real spiritual attack that day, the A3 team would have lost their ability to fight in an instant. Spiritual power was like an unsharpened weapon. Mastering the means of spiritual attack was like sharpening the weapon. The destructive power it could unleash was incomparable. Therefore, every spirit sea realm cultivator would cultivate some soul secret arts, either for attack or defense. This was the general trend. Others had them, but you didn't. Naturally, you would be at a disadvantage in a fight. In addition, he could also use soul tools, such as the soul severing saber in front of him, which would save him a lot of time and effort to cultivate soul techniques. However, soul tools were very rare and could not be refined casually. There were many spirit sea realm cultivators in the 9 continents, but how many of them had soul tools? Probably less than 5% of them. From this, one could see how precious soul items were. If this was just a saber, even if it was a spiritual treasure, Lu Yi wouldn't be tempted. However, since it was a soul tool, it was different. Lu Yi didn't rush to exchange for the soul-severing saber. He looked at the other stone platforms. Without exception, they were all soul tools with both offensive and defensive capabilities. He was dazzled by them. It had to be said that all of the items on the stone platforms were of excellent quality. Lu Yi wanted them all, but he knew that soul armaments were more important than quantity. For now, he had the Soul Shackle Pagoda, which was more than enough for defense. What he lacked right now was an offensive weapon. After a while, he came to the soul-severing saber again. He chose it not only because it was in the shape of a saber. More importantly, it was not a normal soul tool. Normal soul tools could only be stored in the spirit sea. They were neither real nor illusory. However, the soul-severing saber in front of him was different. It could be dissolved in material objects. For example, the Pan Mountain saber. It didn't have a fixed shape to begin with. It could change between different types of sabers. Therefore, it had no problem fusing with the mountain plate saber. It was equivalent to adding a power to the mountain plate saber that could injure the soul. If he used the mountain plate saber to attack an enemy, it would cause an impact to the enemy's soul. It was a little difficult to guard against. Just think about it. When fighting with an enemy, a flesh wound would become a soul wound. How frightening would that be? In a fierce battle, a momentary loss could mean death. Lu Yi checked the price of the soul-severing saber. In the next moment, his face darkened. 500,000 battle merits. It didn't make sense. The soul pagoda was only 188,888 battle merits. How could the soul-severing saber cost 500,000 battle merits? They were both soul tools. Even if there was a difference in quality, it shouldn't be so big. So far, the most expensive item in the War Merit Pavilion was the Golden Body Medallion. It cost 300,000 battle merits. However, it was used to protect one's life. There was a reason why it was so expensive. Why was the soul-severing saber so expensive? He checked the prices of the other soul tools. They were about the same as the soul pagoda or even less. Why was it that the one he wanted was so ridiculously expensive? Lu Yi seriously suspected that the War Merit Pavilion was a place where one looked at the dish. He had just received a large amount of battle merits from Tianji and gathered 1,000,000 battle merits. Now, an item that cost 500,000 battle merits had appeared, and it was the one he wanted. Tianji's left hand went out and his right hand went in. Lu Yi was a bit angry, but there was no way to argue with him. He could only clench his teeth and exchange for the soul-severing saber. He didn't look at the other soul tools. He didn't need them, and if he continued, he would lose all his battle merits. He went to the stone table with the golden lots and exchanged for 10 of them. Only then did he leave the War Merit Pavilion. The silverworm enthusiastically called out, "Come again next time." "I won't be coming again," replied Lu Yi angrily. What a profiteer! The silverworm was completely baffled. He had no idea what was going on. After leaving Tianji Hall and returning to his residence, Lu Yi took out the mountain plate saber and placed it on his lap. He calmed his mind and brushed his hand across the blade. Wherever his hand passed, a pitch-black liquid would appear out of nowhere and slowly wrap around the mountain plate saber. A moment later, the soul-severing saber had completely wrapped around the mountain plate saber. Just as he had imagined, it had transformed into a saber robe for the mountain plate saber. From the outside, he couldn't see any difference. That was because the soul-severing saber was also black, which perfectly matched the mountain plate saber. Weighing it in his hand, the mountain plate saber seemed to have become much heavier, but that was a good thing for him. Now that his cultivation had increased by a large realm, the previous weight wasn't very suitable. Although the current weight was a bit heavier, it was still manageable. Just as he was about to investigate the mountain plate saber's power, the saber robe suddenly changed. Lu Yi could clearly sense that the saber robe was rapidly fusing into the mountain plate saber. It had completely disappeared in the blink of an eye. This change stunned him. For a moment, he didn't know what was going on, but in the next moment, a heart-wrenching scene occurred. The restrictions within the Pan Mountain Saber were being destroyed at an extremely fast speed. The quality of a spirit or magic tool depended entirely on the number of restrictions. The more restrictions there were, the higher the quality. The Mountain Pan Saber had been upgraded several times and was now a long saber at the magic tool level. Naturally, there were a lot of restrictions placed on it. Logically speaking, unless the saber was damaged or broken, the restrictions placed on it should not be broken. But this was happening right under Lu Ye's nose. The soul-severing saber clearly had the ability to dissolve restrictions. When Lu Yi was looking for the introduction of the soul-severing saber in the War Merit Pavilion, he didn't see this. Of course, the introductions of treasures in the War Merit Pavilion were rather general and not particularly detailed. For example, the introduction of the soul-suppressing pagoda only had one sentence: "Guard the Spirit Sea." As for how it guarded the spirit sea and how effective it was up to the user to observe it carefully. Cultivators weren't children. They had their own judgments. There were many things that didn't need to be so detailed. But this time, the situation was different. The restrictions within the mountain plate saber were rapidly disappearing, and the saber's quality was rapidly falling. Lu Yi wanted to stop it. He hurriedly poured his spiritual energy into the saber, but to no avail. He could only watch as the saber that had accompanied him for so long fell from magic tool to supreme grade spirit tool. Then high grade, mid grade, low grade. In the end, it turned into a saber without any restrictions. The veins on Lu Ye's forehead throbbed. The soul-severing saber was so expensive. If it could really be used as it should be, then so be it. After all, it was meant to be used against enemies. But this thing hadn't even done anything yet. It was a bit excessive to destroy his mountain plate saber. Of course, it wasn't exactly correct to say that it was destroyed. The mountain plate saber was still there, and it hadn't suffered any substantial damage. As long as it was reforged, it could still be restored to its original quality. Lu Yi could barely do this himself. He didn't need the help of others, but it required a lot of time, effort, and some special refining materials. The construction of each restriction required different materials. Frowning, Lu Yi immersed himself in his perception. Soon, a look of bewilderment appeared on his face. He could clearly feel that there was something new inside the Pan Mountain blade. It was probably the black liquid that made up the soul-severing blade. The black liquid filled every corner of the Pan Mountain blade, perfectly fusing with the blade. There was no longer any distinction between them. Moreover, after dissolving all the restrictions, these strange things settled down. Lu Yi tried to control them. They were as smooth as an extension of his body. He could control these strange things and circulate them according to his will. He could even extract them from the saber. At first, he didn't think too much about it, but gradually, Lu Ye's expression turned solemn. A bold idea wildly surged in his mind. Chapter 1058. The black liquid had merged perfectly with the blade and was under his control. Did that mean he could use the black liquid to build seals inside the blade? If he could, as long as he built enough seals, the Pan Mountain blade could return to its original quality or even surpass it. This meant that from now on, the Pan Mountain blade would become a personal weapon that he could change its quality to his will. If this could be done, it would be a great help to Lu Yi. Lu Yi had always been worried about one thing. That was to see how far the Pan Mountain saber could accompany him as he grew stronger. This was also the reason why most weapon cultivators felt awkward. Weapon cultivators had very high requirements for their personal weapons. After a long period of companionship, growth, and killing enemies, the weapon cultivator would be able to communicate with his weapon. With the Pan Mountain saber in hand, Lu Yi would be able to display his full strength. It was the same for other weapon cultivators. However, if he were to switch to another weapon, not only would his strength be weakened, but it would also affect his strength. When powerful cultivators fought, any external influence could be fatal. Therefore, Lu Yi would rather spend more contribution points to upgrade his Panshan saber than change to a long saber. If he wanted to change, there were plenty of long saber-type magic tools in the War Merit Pavilion that he could use. However, the Pan Mountain blade's foundation was too weak. It was originally a low-grade spiritual weapon. It could be upgraded to a high-grade spiritual weapon or even a magic weapon. But could it be upgraded to a high-grade spiritual treasure? Maybe, maybe not. The process of upgrading the Pan Mountain blade was extremely risky. If the upgrade failed, the Pan Mountain blade might shatter. At that time, even if Lu Yi found a tailor-made Pan Mountain blade, it wouldn't be the Pan Mountain blade anymore. It would need to be nurtured and reconnected with. Especially since Lu Ye's cultivation was increasing rapidly, the Pan Mountain blade was upgrading at a high rate. This increased the risk of future upgrades. He was now in the Spirit Sea realm. The Pan Mountain blade wasn't suitable for him anymore. It was time to upgrade it again. His original plan was to wait until he was free to deal with this matter himself and accumulate more experience. There were too many uncertainties if he always went to the Tianji treasury to upgrade the Pan Mountain blade. He couldn't be sure how much effort they put into upgrading the Pan Mountain blade. Upgrading one's cultivation would lead to all sorts of problems that needed to be dealt with. However, the unforeseen event before Lu Yi saw a possibility. If his guess was correct, then he wouldn't have to worry about upgrading the Pan Mountain saber anymore. He could change the quality of the Pan Mountain saber at any time, making it more suitable for his current realm. After thinking about it for a moment, Lu Yi felt that it should be feasible. The fact that the black liquid that made up the soul-severing blade could be controlled at will was a signal in itself. After making up his mind, Lu Yi channeled his divine will into the Pan Shan saber. To control the black liquid, one had to rely on one's own divine sense. This was something that Lu Yi had already verified just now. Urging spiritual energy was useless. With a surge of his spiritual will, the black liquid inside the Pan Mountain saber turned into tiny yin and yang elements, quickly forming a spiritual pattern. Withdrawing his divine sense, the spirit rune was fixed inside the Pan Mountain saber. Because it had already fused with the Pan Mountain saber, it didn't cause any damage to the inside of the saber. This was a restriction. It was really feasible. Lu Ye's interest was piqued, and he continued to work. After a while, the Pan Mountain saber had 9 additional restrictions. It was a low-grade spiritual weapon. He tried to channel his spiritual energy into the saber, and the restrictions operated smoothly, perfectly displaying their effects. After fiddling with the saber for a while, Lu Yi dispersed the restrictions. Just now it was just an experiment. Now that he was sure that the idea was feasible, he had to plan it well. The foundation of restrictions in a spiritual weapon was the spiritual pattern. A sharpness spiritual pattern was a restriction, and a consolidation spiritual pattern was also a restriction. Their effects were different. Spiritual weapons of the same quality could be heavier, sharper, or more elegant. It wasn't just because of the different materials used to refine them, but also because of the proportion of restrictions inside. The more consolidation restrictions there were, the sturdier the spiritual weapon would be. The more sharpness there were, the sharper the spiritual weapon would be. Lu Yi had to consider how to match the different types of restrictions. In the past, when the Pan Mountain saber was being upgraded, he would look for Master Yu and simply state his requirements. Then, Master Yu would do whatever he wanted. Whether the finished product was good or bad, whether it could satisfy his requirements, or whether it was to his liking, all depended on Master Yu's skills. Myriad worlds Daluo. However, it was different now. What he was doing now was equivalent to customizing a weapon for himself. Only he himself knew what he needed the most. All along, Lu Ye's requirements for the Pan Mountain saber were to be heavy. After all, he was going to use the saber in close combat. If it wasn't heavy enough, it would break easily. Therefore, he had to have more consolidation restrictions to ensure that the Pan Mountain saber wouldn't be damaged in battle. He also had to have sharpness. Although he would activate the sharpness spiritual pattern to strengthen the saber, it wouldn't be good if the Pan Mountain saber itself wasn't sharp enough. In the future, he would have to fight with divine Sea Realm cultivators. At this level of cultivation, he would be very protective of himself. A weapon that wasn't sharp enough wouldn't be of much use in battle. Heavy pressure was a good thing. It had to be added, and the quantity couldn't be too small. Although the Pan Mountain saber wasn't light, it wasn't heavy either. However, if the heavy pressure spiritual pattern was activated in battle, it was clearly a slash, but after receiving the attack, one would find that it was as heavy as a mountain. Could one block it? Of course, the reality wouldn't be so exaggerated. However, the existence of the heavy pressure restriction would definitely make Lu Yi more powerful in battle. He would be able to unleash his physical strength to a greater extent. Thorns could be used. Sometimes it would be difficult to deal effective damage to a strong enemy. The existence of the thorns restriction could turn a small injury into a big injury. Could he add restrictions like lightning attraction or golden arc to the Pan Mountain Saber? It was clearly a slash, but if it was activated with lightning attraction technique and golden arc slash, it seemed to be able to catch the enemy off guard. Lu Yi found that there were too many restrictions to choose from. The source came from his talent tree. Now, there were a total of 40 spiritual patterns activated on his talent tree. Although many of them weren't suitable to be built into weapons, there were still some that were suitable. After pondering for a long time, he finally abandoned some of his fancy ideas. The restrictions within weapons were the same as what cultivators learned. They were all about quality and not complexity. If he were to make so many restrictions, he would just be dividing up the ratio of restrictions for no reason. It might not be of much use. If he really wanted to activate a spell, Lu Yi could do it himself. There was no need to waste the restrictions on the Pan Mountain Saber. In the end, he decided to use the Pan Mountain Saber. The restrictions within the Pan Mountain Saber focused on sharpness, supplemented by heavy pressure, and added 2 thorns. He immediately got to work. With a surge of his spiritual sense, he controlled the black liquid within the saber to construct restrictions. Time passed. The spiritual patterns that Lu Yi chose were all activated on his talent tree. Constructing them was easy and didn't take much effort at all. Controlling the black liquid was even easier. With the combination of the two, the Pan Mountain Saber's quality increased as the number of restrictions increased. Low-grade spiritual weapon, middle-grade, high-grade, supreme grade, low-grade magic weapon, middle-grade magic weapon. In just a short while he was done. Carefully looking at the Pan Mountain Saber on his lap, it didn't seem to have changed at all. It was still as black as ink, simple and unadorned. However, compared to before, the Pan Mountain Saber had undergone a complete transformation. Although the Pan Mountain Saber from before was a magic weapon, it was only a low-grade magic weapon of the lowest quality. It contained 72 restrictions. After all, the last time Lu Yi upgraded the Pan Mountain Saber was when it was still in the Cloud River realm. Cloud River realm cultivators couldn't use items of too high quality. In the entire True Lake realm, he didn't upgrade the Pan Mountain Saber. Strictly speaking, the Pan Mountain Saber couldn't keep up with his cultivation anymore. Now, a total of 180 restrictions were hidden within the Pan Mountain Saber. This saber that had followed Lu Yi everywhere had finally been upgraded to a supreme grade magic weapon. One more step and it would be a spiritual treasure. Actually, Lu Yi could also upgrade the Pan Mountain Saber to a spiritual treasure. After all, it was a simple matter for him to construct a few more spiritual patterns. The reason why he hadn't done so was because he needed to familiarize himself with the process. The upgrade from a low-grade magic weapon to a spiritual treasure was too big. It would definitely affect his ability to unleash his full strength. The Pan Mountain Saber's quality was just right. Furthermore, the quality of the Pan Mountain Saber was also a problem. The current Pan Mountain Saber was made by Master Yu. Although she added some materials when she refined it, it was only enough to increase the quality of the Pan Mountain Saber to the point where it could bear the weight of magic weapon restrictions. If Lu Yi really upgraded the Pan Mountain Saber to a spiritual treasure, the current quality of the Pan Mountain Saber might not be enough. He didn't want the Pan Mountain Saber to suddenly break in the middle of an intense battle. It was easy to solve this problem. He only needed to reforge it and find more precious materials to improve the quality of the Pan Mountain Saber. Lu Yi could do this himself. It wouldn't be too late for him to do it in the future. He picked up the Pan Mountain Saber and poured his spiritual energy into it. He immediately felt the difference in the Pan Mountain Saber. The consumption of his spiritual energy was more than 3 times greater than before. This was because the number of restrictions within the saber had increased. Activating those restrictions required a large amount of spiritual energy. This would undoubtedly make it easier for him to unleash his full strength. On the pitch-black blade of the Pan Mountain Saber, there was a layer of aura that was hard to detect. It was the aura of sharpness. The restrictions that Lu Yi had placed in the Pan Mountain Saber this time were quite sharp. Once activated, the saber would naturally become sharp. Looking at the Pan Mountain saber, Lu Yi was extremely satisfied. This was truly a case of there can be no construction without destruction. The items in the War Merit Pavilion were truly fair. The 500,000 battle merits were worth it. If Lu Yi had known that the soul-severing saber had such a special characteristic, he wouldn't have hesitated even if it was 1,000,000. Chapter 1059. Battle merits were something that could be obtained in a sustainable manner. However, there was only one soul-slashing blade. How could Lu Yi know which was more important? Now, as long as the material of the Pan Mountain blade met the requirements, he could add more restrictions to improve its quality. This would save him the trouble of finding people to upgrade it in the future. Moreover, this blade had the ability to injure the divine soul. This was the rarest thing. Lu Yi wanted to find someone to test his blade on. For a weapon cultivator like him, he was always itching to test his blade when his weapon had improved by leaps and bounds. However, considering his current identity as Li Tai-bai, he could only give up. Lin Yu was very efficient. The next day, she brought the appointment order from the Myriad Demon City. Li Tai-bai was appointed as the Junior Pass Lord of the Dark Moon Forest Pass to assist in guarding the pass. Lu Yi did not check his Myriad Demons Ridge battlefield mark. Once it was activated, it would only last for a few hours. However, he believed that if he really checked it, there would definitely be changes to his status. Under normal circumstances, even if Lu Yi had reached the Divine Sea Realm, he was not qualified to be the Junior Pass Lord. This was because he did not have any achievements to show and did not make any substantial contributions to the Myriad Demons Ridge. He could not even meet the requirements of a military rank. Now that the situation in the 9 states was changing, both the Haotian Alliance and the Myriad Demons Ridge had changed some of their old rules. They were more inclined to do things at their own discretion. Lin, you could not do anything alone at the Dark Moon Forest Pass. Coincidentally, she caught a wild divine sea realm cultivator and asked her to act as a guarantor. The Myriad Demons City naturally agreed. Now, they needed people everywhere. Although a newly promoted divine sea realm cultivator was nothing, he was still a divine sea realm cultivator. Lu Yi could not help but sigh. He was only the leader of a small team at the Haotian Alliance. He had not been heard from for 2 years and was even rudely dismissed. However, he was entrusted with an important task at the Myriad Demons Ridge and became the Junior Pass Lord of a Pass. In the Dark Moon Forest Pass, he was only second to one person and above everyone else. Life was really unpredictable. Of course, he also knew that this was a special situation. A team of cultivators encountered some trouble 400 miles east. There are divine sea realm insects there. We need you to go there. After giving the appointment order, Lin Yu ordered Lu Yi without hesitation. That was what the two of them at the Spirit Sea Realm had to do. The appearance of the insect plague was a great calamity for the 9 regions. But for many cultivators, it was a sumptuous feast. As long as they survived this great calamity, they could continuously obtain military merits and quickly improve their cultivation. This was an opportunity that they had never had before. Therefore, whether it was the Haotian Alliance or the Myriad Demons Ridge, many cultivators were trying their best to kill the insects. Firstly, it was to protect the stability of the 9 regions. Secondly, it was for themselves. Most of the cultivators in the Dark Moon Forest Pass were scattered outside, looking for insectoids to kill. The few who stayed behind were either resting or recuperating. They would leave soon. This was impossible in the past. After all, the Shocking Waves Lake Pass of the Haotian Alliance was just 1,000 miles away. If their own defensive power became weak, it would be easy for the enemy to take advantage of them. However, under the influence of the current situation, both sides had tacitly stopped their large-scale attacks. Hence, even though Dark Moon Forest Pass's defense was weak, they did not have to worry about being ambushed by Shocking Waves Lake Pass. Of course, small-scale conflicts were unavoidable. As the Spirit Sea Realm cultivators guarding the pass, they did not have to take action under normal circumstances. However, if their subordinates discovered a Spirit Sea Realm insectoid and were unable to deal with it, they would need to take action to kill it. It was also because of this that Lin Yu was extremely tired recently. In name, she was the Great Mountain Pass's lord and enjoyed boundless glory. However, in reality, she was running around saving people. Now that she finally found a strong man, she naturally needed Lu Yi to take care of it. Firstly, she really needed to rest. Secondly, she wanted to test Lu Ye's strength. When Li Tai Bai was at the 3rd Order True Lake Realm, he could instantly kill a 7th Order True Lake Realm cultivator. She once thought that he was a rising star who could rival sect exterminating Yi. Now that he had reached the Spirit Sea Realm, his strength was definitely not weak. Dealing with a Spirit Sea Realm insectoid shouldn't be a problem. Lu Yi could only obey the Great Mountain Pass's Lord's orders. Furthermore, even without this order, he had to make a trip out. He could not stay at the Dark Moon Forest Pass forever. Without any delay, a streak of sword light shot out. Lu Yi had already shot into the air heading east. After reaching the Spirit Sea Realm, his flying speed had increased by a lot. Not to mention, Lu Yi was now flying on his sword. Along the way, there were occasionally insectoids blocking his path. His figure did not stop. The sword gourd at his waist slashed out with sword chi, cutting the insectoids in half. Their corpse blood splattered everywhere. A few hundred kilometers was covered in a short time. Looking down from the sky, a large number of insectoids were gathered below. These insectoids looked like spiders, but only in terms of shape. This was because the most obvious sign of the insectoids was the thick shell on their bodies. No matter what form they were in, it was the same. Ordinary spiders did not have such a shell. These insectoids were not small. Each of them was the size of a baby. They crawled quickly on the ground, spitting out spider silk from their mouths. A group of more than 10 people was surrounded in the middle, unable to advance or retreat. These people were not weak. Most of them were in the True Lake Realm. A few of them were in the Cloud River Realm. Under normal circumstances, even if they could not defeat these insectoids, escaping would not be a problem. However, a giant spider web in the sky cut off their hopes of escape. There was a house-sized insectoid crawling on the spiderweb. Its entire body emitted a ferocious aura. Some cultivators had already been killed and were being eaten by this insectoid. In this situation, it was obvious that a large insectoid had brought its offspring out to hunt. In the end, it bumped into this group of cultivators. The small spiders were in charge of surrounding the cultivators, not giving them any chance to escape. The large spider was in charge of feasting. When Lu Yi arrived, the defensive perimeter of the cultivators was less than 300 feet away. It could be said that they were in danger. On the spider web, the large spider had also finished eating the cultivators and was about to move on to another target. It seemed like this insectoid was quite particular. It knew how to trap its prey here so that it could eat fresh ones at any time. As if sensing Lu Ye's aura, the insectoid instincts made the large spider raise its compound eyes to look in Lu Ye's direction. Then its mouth part squirmed and a strand of spider silk shot towards Lu Yi. The trapped cultivators also saw Lu Yi. One of them shouted, "Hold on, someone is coming to save us." As soon as he said that, the spider silk suddenly turned into a spider web and tightly wrapped around Lu Yi. The face of the cultivator who shouted turned green. He did not recognize Lu Yi, nor did he know the background of this divine ocean realm cultivator. He only felt that this guy was too impulsive. As a divine ocean realm cultivator, he rashly approached the battlefield. Now that he was trapped, he would most likely die. One had to know that the spider silk was poisonous. However, just as this thought flashed through his mind, a ball of fire suddenly appeared in midair. The fire rolled and retracted. Lu Ye's figure reappeared. The spider web that wrapped around him was also burned clean. Then there was the clear sound of a sword chime. A few sword lights flew out from the sword gourd as if someone was waving a brush in the air. The sword lights turned into streaks of light and crossed the space where the big spider was. Calligraphy sword art. This was the sword Dao inheritance from the soaring dragon realm. Lu Yi had taught it to Li Baxi, so he could use it himself. Under the soaring dragon realm's origin imprint, he had an extremely strong sword cultivation foundation. Now that he had used the calligraphy sword art, even if the sword master of the North Profound Sword Sect came, he would have to praise him as a good sword cultivator. The shell on the large spider's body did not provide it with any protection. As Lu Ye's cultivation increased, the power of the sword gourd also increased greatly. Sword cultivators were known for their killing. Under these sword lights, the large spider's body immediately stiffened. However, the sword lights did not stop. Under Lu Ye's control, they flew into the swarm of insects. As they passed by silently, many insectoids fell one after another. When the sword lights slowly dissipated, the large encirclement had been cleared out. The small spiders were dead or injured. The large spider hanging in the spider web in the sky was also torn apart at this moment. Corpse blood spilled everywhere. The dozen or so cultivators were all shocked. They all used their methods to push out. The death of the large spider had a great impact on the small spiders. They became chaotic, and the more they attacked, the less of a threat they would pose to the cultivators. Lu Yi strolled in the sky, casually. Occasionally, a sword light would shoot out from the sword gourd. However, he could clearly see that the dozen or so people below did not seem to be in the same group. Originally, they were trapped and could still gather together when they were in danger. However, as the biggest danger was eliminated, the group of people split into two groups. Lu Yi immediately understood that some of them were cultivators from the Myriad Demon's Ridge. The other group should be from the Grand Heaven Alliance. It was not new for cultivators from the two factions to work together. In some of the secret realms in the Cloud River battlefield, there were precedents of cultivators from the two factions working together. The Great Genetic Age. However, that was because of the circumstances. In the land of the 9 states, it was very rare to see such a thing. With more than 10 people working together, and Lu Yi supporting them from the side, all the insects were killed in the time it took to burn a stick of incense. The two groups of people were panting, but they looked at Lu Yi in the sky cautiously and anxiously. The cultivators from the Grand Heaven Alliance did not know who he was, and the few cultivators from the Myriad Demon's Ridge did not know who he was either. Lu Yi was too lazy to explain. He said casually, "Why are we still here? Are we waiting for the insects to counterattack?" The battle just now had caused quite a commotion. If there were any insects nearby, they would definitely be attracted. The two leaders of the two groups quickly bowed. "Thank you for saving us, sir." There was no need to figure out Lu Ye's background. Looking at his attitude, no matter which faction he was from, he had no intention of making things difficult for them. The two groups of people flew off in different directions and soon disappeared from sight. Lu Yi continued to move forward. He flew for another 100 miles before he pressed down on the sword light and flew into a crack in the ground below. After the great change in the land of the 9 states, there were many such cracks in the ground. The insects crawled out from these cracks. Chapter 1060. When Lu Yi came in, he saw a large number of insects climbing up at a glance. He killed a circle and cleared out the nearby insects before finding a secluded place to summon his doppelganger. After a while, another figure that looked exactly like Lu Yi appeared. He took off the scarlet dragon battle robe and let his doppelganger wear it. He also took off the sword gourd from his waist and hung it on his doppelganger's waist. He also left 2 storage bags for his doppelganger to store some supplies. After everything was done, the doppelganger controlled the sword light and rushed out of the fissure, heading towards Dark Moon Forest Pass. The main body concealed itself and quietly left the fissure heading towards Grand Sky City. Lu Ye's vision began to become strange as two different scenes appeared in his vision at the same time. Fortunately, Lu Ye had experienced this before, and now that he had reached the divine sea realm, his divine sense was much stronger, so this change didn't affect him much. He was just doing two things at once. Lu Ye had a bad feeling. He had this feeling since yesterday, but it wasn't obvious at that time, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Today, this feeling had become much clearer. Lu Ye didn't know what was going on. He was sure that no one was watching him nearby, but he had this feeling that he was being watched. He didn't think it was an illusion. Now that he was in the divine sea realm, his perception was much stronger than that of a true lake realm cultivator. Since he had this feeling, there must be a reason. It was hard to determine the source for the time being. After traveling a few dozen kilometers, Lu Ye removed his concealment and leaped into the air. Half an hour later, a streak of light flew straight towards this side. The person flying from this direction should be someone from Grand Sky Union. Judging from the other party's spirit energy fluctuations, he was at least in the third order divine sea realm. Lu Ye didn't know who it was, so he avoided it slightly. It was common sense for those with lower cultivation to avoid those with higher cultivation when flying high in the sky. Naturally, the way to avoid was not fixed. One could lower their altitude or move left and right as they wished. Lu Ye chose to lower his altitude, but he didn't expect that when he lowered his altitude, the other party would also lower their altitude. The two figures quickly approached each other. Just as Lu Ye was about to dodge again, the other party spoke from afar. "Oh, is it Lu Ye, little friend Lu?" Lu Ye was slightly stunned. He didn't expect this person to know him, so he replied, "Yes." That person was a bit surprised. Little friend Lu has actually reached the divine sea realm. Congratulations. One Lu Ye frowned. "How should I address you?" "This one is Clear Moon Sect Zhang Song." As he spoke, he raised his hand and waved it with his back facing Lu Ye, causing a dot of blue light to appear before her eyes. Lu Ye was still trying to figure out which sect the Pure Moon Sect was. Only sects above the third grade could produce a divine sea realm warrior. Although he didn't know much about the sects above the third grade in the military province, he had at least heard of their names. There was no such thing as the Pure Moon Sect above the third rank. Unexpectedly, Zhang Song's speed suddenly increased, and he instantly appeared in front of Lu Ye. Spiritual qi and blood surged all over his body as he threw a punch at him. This fist was heavy and powerful. If it was Lu Ye who was still in the true lake stage, he definitely wouldn't have been able to receive it. This turn of events greatly surprised Lu Ye. When the other party showed the Haotian Alliance's battlefield imprint to him, he naturally felt that this person was on his side, so he instinctively lowered his guard. Lu Ye did lower his guard a bit, but because he always felt like he was being watched in the dark, he still maintained a bit of caution. He wasn't guarding against Zhang Song, but the enemy who might be hiding in the dark. This trace of vigilance gave him a chance to react quickly. With a clang, the Pan Mountain saber was unsheathed, and a sharp saber light was slashed out. With a boom, spiritual energy exploded, and a blast of air swept out. Both of them were shocked. Shock flashed across Zhang Song's face. He had approached Lu Ye unexpectedly and launched a sneak attack with a cultivation 2 levels higher than Lu Ye's. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to miss. In order to ensure the success rate of his sneak attack, he even deliberately fabricated the Pure Moon Sect to distract Lu Ye's attention. Who would have thought that after all the scheming, he still failed to achieve his goal? The moment he saw Lu Ye, he knew that the information was wrong. Lu Ye wasn't in the true lake stage. He had already reached the divine sea stage. However, because he felt that Lu Ye, a new divine sea stage cultivator, might not be able to display much strength, he continued with his plan. He thought that it would be easy, but who knew that he would kick an iron plate? Lu Ye's reaction was fast, and his saber was extremely agile. Moreover, the power transmitted from the saber couldn't be underestimated. How could a new divine C-stage cultivator have such strength? As he pondered, Lu Ye's second saber slashed down. Zhang Song hurriedly raised his arms, and his dense qi and spiritual energy converged to form a thick defense. Peak boom! Under the powerful force, Zhang Song felt that his opponent wasn't slashing down with a saber, but with a mountain. What made him even more uneasy was that this saber was a bit too sharp. His defense as a physique cultivator showed signs of being broken. The power of the upgraded mountain saber was vividly displayed at this moment. There were a total of 180 barriers and many heavy pressure spirit inscriptions hidden within them. Every time Lu Ye's saber slashed down, not only did it contain his own strength, but it also contained the terrifying pressure formed by these heavy pressure spirit inscriptions. With these two factors superimposed, it wasn't as simple as 1 + 1. Even Zhang Song, a physique cultivator, found it difficult to resist. The power of the mountain saber was only secondary to this effect. The most important factor was Lu Ye's own foundation. Lu Ye had spent more than half a year trying to break through from the true lake 9th order to the divine sea. In the end, he had even taken the risk of diving deep into the blood sea in order to continuously accumulate his physical strength. But because he had already formed his divine sense, he had never been able to find an opportunity to break through. As a result, his physical strength had only grown stronger over time. If an average cultivator only needed to accumulate enough physical strength to fill a wine jug when they broke through to the divine sea stage, Lu Ye's physical strength had exceeded that of a wine jug when he reached the true Lake 9th order, the kind of wine jug that could hold 10 kilograms of wine. The process of breaking through to the divine sea stage was full of ups and downs, but after crossing that shackle, everything became clear. With a more solid foundation and a more tenacious foundation, the process of breaking through to the divine sea stage was completely different, bringing about earth-shaking changes in his strength, allowing Lu Yi to continue his previous ability to kill enemies above his own realm. Coupled with the reborn mountain saber, what did a trivial third-order divine sea cultivator count for? Coupled with the tempering of more than 70 old seniors over several months, Lu Yi didn't even know where his current limits were. Having seen the ferocious might of a fierce tiger, how could he care less about a dog's baring its fangs? When the first saber slashed down, it could barely be considered a draw because Lu Yi had acted hastily. By the second saber strike, the protective barrier around Zhang Song's body was shaking violently, and his vitality was tumbling. Lu Ye's saber was incredibly fast, and it was followed by a third saber strike. Like a balloon being punctured, Zhang Song's protective barrier of blood qi and spirit energy was directly cut open. The sharp mountain saber cut a bloody line across his crisscrossed arms, and under the tremendous pressure, Zhang Song's body was sent plummeting downwards. Zhang Song showed a look of horror. Not only was he shocked by the terrifying strength that Lu Yi had suddenly erupted with, but he was even more horrified by what he was feeling at this moment. He was a body cultivator, so his physique was powerful and his recovery ability was powerful. At his level of cultivation, his physique was the most powerful thing he could rely on. In a confrontation between cultivators in the same realm, there was basically no cultivator who could destroy his physique. Even the mountain saber with 180 spirit arrays couldn't do anything to him. All it did was leave a bloody gash on his arms. This kind of flesh wound was nothing to a body cultivator with thick skin and thick physique, and could be easily healed. However, the feeling of being injured made Zhang Song's heart beat wildly, because the moment the mountain saber cut him, his soul actually felt pain, as if an invisible saber had cut into his spirit sea. But he didn't notice any signs of Lu Yi urging his spiritual energy. As his body fell, Lu Yi followed him like a shadow, his saber light enveloping him. Zhang Song roared, his face full of humiliation. He had launched a sneak attack with a cultivation 2 minor realms higher than his own, yet he had been beaten. For a hot-tempered body cultivator, this was absolutely intolerable. He wanted to fight back, but he had lost the initiative, so there was no room for him to fight back. The only thing he could do was protect himself with all his might. But every time Lu Ye's saber came down, his soul would hurt, making it difficult for him to urge his divine sense to fight with Lu Ye's soul. Kong, Zhang Song's body slammed heavily on the ground like a meteorite falling from the sky, creating a huge crater in the ground. For a moment, he was dizzy. His soul was in turmoil, making it difficult for him to concentrate. He really couldn't understand what the other party had done to him. Why was there no fluctuation of spiritual energy, but his soul was damaged? He knew that this mission was a failure. He was no match for the other party, so what was the point of talking about the mission? What he needed to do now was to escape quickly and report the news. Dust and smoke rose, turning into a natural cover. Zhang Song's qi and blood surged, and he instantly fled in a direction. However, Lu Yi seemed to have foreseen this and blocked his way, holding a saber in his hand and thrusting it forward. Saber light filled the sky like falling stars enveloping Zhang Song. With a sizzling sound, Zhang Song's body shook again, and dozens of bloody holes appeared on the surface of his body. His forward figure couldn't help but stop and tumble backwards. As expected of a body cultivator, his skin was rough and his flesh thick. If it were Lu Xiu's fragile body, these injuries would have been fatal, but Zhang Song looked miserable, but his life was not in danger. Stabilizing his body with difficulty, he half knelt on the ground. The pain in his soul became more and more obvious, as if his entire soul was being torn apart, making his expression look extremely terrifying. Lu Yi raised his left hand, and as his spirit qi surged, a strange scene appeared. The blood flowing from Zhang Song's wounds seemed to have turned into living creatures, climbing all over his body, turning into bloody lines in the blink of an eye, covering his entire body. Chapter 1061. As Lu Yi clenched his fist, the strands of blood suddenly tightened, binding Zhang Song tightly like a rope. Blood spirit bind, a type of blood Dao secret technique. It had to be said that many of the blood race's secret techniques were extremely strange and mysterious. They originated from their bloodline inheritance and could not be used by non-bloods. Lu Yi had refined a drop of saint blood and used it to break through to the divine sea realm. The power of his talent tree had burned away the strange power in the saint blood that was enough to transform Lu Yi into a blood race cultivator, allowing him to obtain an incomplete blood race bloodline inheritance. His eyelids drooped as he raised his blade and came before Zhang Song. His eyelids drooped as he asked, "Why?" He couldn't understand why this person, who was obviously from Grand Heaven Alliance, would attack him. Moreover, he had only returned to the 9 states 2 days ago. Was it a coincidence? Unlikely. This person seemed to have come specifically for him. However, he obviously didn't know that Lu Yi had broken through to the divine sea realm, which was why he was so surprised when they met. Since there was no enmity between them, there must be someone behind the scenes. On the Hidden Sky Alliance's side, the only one who wanted to kill him on the surface was Lu Yueme. However, she had been severely taught a lesson by the sect master last time, so she might not have the courage to do so now. Zhou Kuei could barely be considered half a person, and Shangyi Bei had even ordered a third-order divine sea realm cultivator to kill him. It wasn't that Lu Yi was looking down on him, but that he was simply stating the facts. Besides the two of them, who else could have a grudge with him? What Lu Yi was more concerned about was whether the bad feeling he was feeling was related to this Zhang Song. He had to figure it out. In fact, he could activate a little of the divine spirit rune to explore the whole story, but ever since he activated this spirit rune in the blood refining realm, Lu Yi decided that he would not use it unless he had no other choice, because that feeling was simply too uncomfortable. Zhang Song was still struggling, but he was bound by the blood spirit bind and his soul was damaged. So how could he have the strength to break free? His heart sank, knowing that not only had he failed his mission, but his fate was also in danger. He really hadn't expected that Lu Yi's ability would be so great. He thought that with his third-order divine sea realm cultivation, it would be a piece of cake to capture Lu Yi. In the end, he was captured alive. In a cultivator's battle, defeating, killing, and capturing were three completely different concepts. Each step was more difficult than the last. Lu Yi being able to capture him alive so easily meant that his strength far surpassed the third-order divine sea realm. What was even more difficult for Yang Kai to accept was that he didn't even know where this person's limits were. Feeling the sharp aura of the long saber against his neck, Zhang Song chuckled. "You want to know why? Come and ask in the Yellow Springs." Lu Yi's expression changed, and he hurriedly urged his divine sense to form an invisible shockwave that blasted towards Zhang Song. However, it was still too late. With a soft puff, it was as if something had exploded in Zhang Song's mind. Then his neck tilted and he fell limply to the ground. Lu Yi hurriedly stepped forward and checked on Zhang Song's condition. He found that his life force had indeed been cut off. This scene seemed familiar. It reminded him of his experience in the Chun family of Mtimi 2 years ago. Back then, the patriarch of the Chun family, Qin Tianchue, had strangely died in front of him. Later, he was captured by Yu Daiwei and brought to a nameless sealed world. When he chatted with Taishan, he used words to test him and confirmed that the Qin family was from Taishan. It was now clear who the mastermind behind the scenes was. Back in the Qin family, his team was inexplicably attacked. In the end, he summoned the Dragon Emperor and went on a killing spree to resolve the crisis. Now, after returning to the 9 states for 2 days, someone came to find trouble with him for no reason. It seemed that Taishan already knew that he had returned to the 9 states. That's right. Back then, he had exchanged the battlefield imprint with Yu Daiwei. At that time, he was thinking of using it to locate Yu Daiwei's location, because he was going to cause trouble in the nameless secret realm. If he could contact Yu Daiwei through the imprint, it meant that she was in the secret realm. If Yu Daiwei's mark couldn't contact her, it meant that she had left the sealed world. Then Lu Yi could put down his scruples and do whatever he wanted. But he didn't expect that he would be used by the other party today. Yu Daiwei obviously found that his battlefield marks could be contacted, so she confirmed that he had returned to the 9 states. But perhaps she couldn't come in time, so she sent Zhang Song to intercept him. But whether it was her or Zhang Song, they both underestimated his strength, which led to Zhang Song's death. This was human nature. 2 years ago, Lu Yi's cultivation was only at the 5th order true lake realm. Even if Zhang Song confirmed that he had reached the divine sea realm when he saw him, he would not take him seriously. As a result, he was beaten to a pulp by Lu Yi in a single confrontation. The situation was generally clear, but there was still one thing that Lu Yi couldn't understand. What method did Taishan use to control Zhang Song? He would rather die than say a word. That day, the Qin family was the same. Dao soldiers might be loyal to Taishan, but whether it was the Qin family or Zhang Song, they were obviously not Dao soldiers. This kind of method that could make his subordinates face death with equanimity was too inconceivable. The source should be in their minds, because whether it was Chun Tianchue or Zhang Song, Lu Yi heard a slight sound in their minds before they died. He quickly squatted down and reached out to touch Zhang Song's forehead, using his divine sense to investigate. But he couldn't find anything. Zhang Song was dead, but the feeling of being watched by someone didn't disappear. Instead, it became stronger and stronger. It seemed that the source of this feeling wasn't Zhang Song. If it wasn't Zhang Song, then it had to be Taishan or Yu Daiwei. It was most likely the latter. Taishan was the mastermind behind the scenes, and there were many capable people under his command. It was impossible for him to do everything himself. Did he use the tracking disc? Lu Yi was enlightened. Although he had been tracked by others before, his cultivation was still low at that time, unlike now. Because of his divine sea realm cultivation, His strong foundation temperature made his perception extremely sharp, so he was able to sense the trace of tracking in his mind. The stronger the feeling was, the closer the other party was to him. Lu Ye's fighting spirit soared. To be honest, the battle with Zhang Song just now hadn't been enjoyable. After he reached the Divine Sea Realm, although he had been fighting every day, it was just a one-sided lesson from the old seniors. The old seniors of the blood refinement realm all knew the principle that jade couldn't be made into anything without being carved. So they didn't hold back at all. As long as it was within Lu Ye's tolerance, they were as fierce as they could be. No matter who he fought, Lu Ye was beaten until he was dizzy. However, the old seniors had a sense of propriety and wouldn't harm his foundation. Even if he was seriously injured, it wouldn't affect him from being hammered the next day. Immortal would adventure. In such a big environment, Lu Ye didn't know where his limit was because he lost every battle. After returning to the 9 provinces, he killed 2 divine sea realm cultivators. The insect race was finished with a single blow. There was no room for him to fight. The battle with Zhang Song was also a quick and decisive one. He was now in urgent need of a suitable whetstone to test his strength. A cultivator who didn't know his limit wasn't a qualified cultivator. In the future, he would encounter all kinds of dangers. If he couldn't judge his own strength clearly, he would easily fall into some dangerous situations. Therefore, if Yu Daiwei really came to him, it would be a great opportunity. As for whether he could beat her or not, it was no longer within Lu Ye's consideration. If he couldn't beat her, then so be it. There was nothing to be ashamed of. There was a gap in their cultivation. He was still young. Although Yu Daiwei looked young, she was actually much older than him. There would come a time when he would surpass her. Moreover, if he couldn't beat her, he could run. Among the many secret skills of the blood race, the blood escape art was unparalleled. Once he used it, Yu Daiwei could only eat his dust. Since he had made up his mind, Lu Yi decided not to leave. He collected Zhang Song's belongings and put the corpse into his storage bag. A divine sea realm cultivator of the Grand Sky Alliance was actually a subordinate of Taishan. This was a big deal. He had to bring him back to Grand Sky City and report this to the chief. If there was one Zhang Song, would there be a second or a third? He didn't send a message to the chief or Gan Wudong. Now that the 9 states was in chaos, these 2 must be busy. There was no need to trouble them before he had full confidence in capturing the target. When Lu Yi was in the True Lake realm, he would ask his elders for help when he was in danger. After all, he wasn't strong enough, so there was nothing he could do. But now that he was in the Divine Sea realm, how could he ask his elders for help every time? After waiting for half an hour, a stream of light rushed over from the distance. Yu Daiwei looked a little surprised because the development of the situation puzzled her. Although she was in the 8th Order Divine Sea Realm, it took her a lot of time to fly all the way from Thunder State to here. During this time, she found that Lu Yi was moving towards Grand Sky City through the guidance of the tracing disc. This forced her to dispatch Zhang Song to intercept him halfway. Otherwise, if Lu Yi entered Grand Sky City, she wouldn't have a chance to kill him. Logically speaking, there was no problem with Zhang Song taking action. How could a 3rd Order Divine Sea Realm cultivator go against a True Lake Realm cultivator? But the accident happened just like that. Zhang Song's battlefield mark suddenly collapsed, which undoubtedly meant that Zhang Song was dead. Subconsciously, she felt that there must be some kind of master hiding around Lu Ye. Otherwise, Zhang Song wouldn't have died for no reason. A 3rd Order Divine Sea Realm cultivator wasn't so easy to kill. From a distance, she saw a figure standing on a barren peak below. Focusing her eyes, who else could it be but Lu Ye? Yu Daiwei immediately became vigilant. Looking around, she quickly spread out her divine sense. She was looking for the master hiding in the dark. Judging from Lu Ye's posture, it was obvious that he knew that someone was using the tracking disc to track his whereabouts, but he didn't leave. Instead, he waited quietly in the wilderness. This was extremely unusual. Yu Daiwei felt that an inescapable net had been set up here. He immediately came to a stop about 10 miles away from Lu Yi. She couldn't be blamed for being so cautious. It was just an accurate inference based on the information she had. On the barren peak, Lu Yi looked up calmly at Yu Daiwei, who was rushing over. Everything was as expected. This woman was using the tracing disc to track his whereabouts. So Zhang Song must have been sent by her. Chapter 1062. They were 10 kilometers apart. Lu Ye's eyes were calm, while Yu Daiwei was suspicious. She kept looking around, but she didn't find anything suspicious. On the contrary, there were traces of a battle where Lu Yi was. There was a big pit not far away, obviously caused by someone falling from the sky. There was also a lot of blood scattered on the ground. What are you looking for? Lu Yi held the saber in his hand and secretly gathered his strength. How did he die? Yu Daiwei didn't understand. Under her investigation, there didn't seem to be any strong people lying in ambush nearby. There were only 2 possibilities for this situation. One was that there really wasn't an ambush. The second possibility was that the person lying in ambush was the smoking ghost. At this moment, he was hiding his figure, so she couldn't detect him. A ghost cultivator that she couldn't detect was not to be underestimated, so she became even more vigilant. I killed him. Although he didn't kill him directly, he was forced to his death. Yu Daiwei curled her lips. You? It wasn't that she looked down on Lu Yi, but it was just her thinking. 2 years ago, he was only at the 5th order true lake realm. No matter how fast his cultivation speed was, how strong could he be now? Zhang Song was only at the 3rd order divine sea realm. How could he die at the hands of Lu Yi? Just me. As soon as Lu Ye's words fell, he exerted strength in his feet and the spirit energy around him surged. 2 deep footprints appeared on the ground as he rushed towards Yu Daiwei like lightning. As soon as he moved, the strength of his spirit energy immediately became obvious. Divine Sea Realm. Yu Daiwei was shocked. Just now, she thought that even if Lu Ye's cultivation had changed over the past 2 years, it couldn't have been much stronger. Now, she knew that he had actually reached the Divine Sea Realm. This was a big improvement. No wonder the High Lord said that this person was a person with great fortune. Sure enough, he couldn't be judged by common sense. Small Book Pavilion in a moment of shock, the distance between them was already several kilometers. Yu Daiwei raised her hand and shot out an exquisite spell. Lu Yi had already guessed that she was a Dharma cultivator, so he chose to take the initiative to attack her. Spell cultivators had long arms, while weapon cultivators had short arms. The crux of their battle was distance. If they could not close the distance, then they would never be able to pose enough of a threat to the spell cultivator. However, once they were close enough, it would be the spell cultivator's turn to be embarrassed. The spell quickly arrived in front of Lu Yi. Lu Yi dodged it, but a spell cast by a powerful spell cultivator like Yu Daiwei was not something that could be easily avoided. The spells of Dharma cultivators were like imperial weapons. They could be controlled after being cast. If he really dodged it, then it was on purpose. For Dharma cultivators below the Divine Sea Realm, their control over their own Dharma spells was not perfect enough. However, once they reached the Divine Sea Realm, they would be able to control their Dharma spells with their spiritual will, which would lead to a qualitative change. Yu Daiwei didn't know how Lu Yi was able to break through to the Divine Sea Realm in such a short time, but in the end he was just a first-order cultivator. He didn't have much experience in fighting, so he didn't understand the dangers of a Divine Sea Realm confrontation. I won underscore after Lu Yi dodged the spell. She quickly circled around and chased after him. At the same time, she cast another spell at Lu Yi, attacking him from the front and back. Little thing, you're so arrogant. Now you'll know how powerful this old lady is. Of course, she didn't use her full strength, only using less than a quarter of her strength. In her opinion, this was more than enough to take down Lu Yi. so she needed to reserve her strength to guard against any possible attacks. For this reason, she had already prepared a defensive spirit artifact, waiting for the ghost cultivator in the dark to appear. However, in the next moment, she was shocked, because facing the second spell, Lu Yi showed no intention of dodging. Instead, he swung his saber down, and with a bang, his spiritual energy became chaotic. Lu Ye's figure rushed out unscathed, his figure not slowing down, and he continued to close in on her. In the blink of an eye, he had closed another kilometer. Feeling the violent and overbearing aura in front of her and the strong sense of invasion, Yu Daiwei raised her hand again and cast a series of Dharma spells, one after another. In the face of these attacks, Lu Yi only had one response, and that was to meet them head-on, cutting through the waves. In the blink of an eye, the Dharma spells were all ineffective and the two sides quickly closed in on each other. For the first time, Yu Daiwei's expression changed because she found that she seemed to have greatly underestimated Lu Ye's strength. Logically speaking, with such a large gap in their cultivation levels, the method she used should have been enough to make Lu Yi embarrassed. But this brat actually displayed strength that didn't belong to his cultivation level at all. None of the Dharma spells she cast were effective, and they were all cut down by the long saber in his hand. One had to know that even if she didn't use her full strength, this series of methods was enough to deal with ordinary spirit sea realm cultivators. But Lu Yi treated it like it was nothing. What kind of freak was this? Although the difference in their cultivation levels was too great, Yu Daiwei really didn't dare to let Lu Yi get close to her. After all, she was a Dharma cultivator with a weak body. If a weapon cultivator got close to her, even if the difference in strength between them was huge, it was still very risky. Not to mention, Lu Yi showed an extremely shocking sense of aggression after he made his move. She could completely imagine that once he got close to her, she would be greeted with a storm of attacks. One underscore she couldn't help but increase the strength of her attacks, and Lu Ye's speed finally slowed down. The Dharma spells coming at him head-on were the biggest resistance. At this moment, he was only a kilometer away from Yu Daiwei. At this distance, he could of course use Dharma spells to fight back with her. He was also now proficient in Blood Dao secret techniques, but it was meaningless. Although he could use many Blood Dao secret techniques, he hadn't practiced them before, so it was hard to say how much power he could display. Using his own shortcomings to fight against someone else's strengths, how stupid was that? His only thought was to find a way to get close to her. Yu Daiwei's heart was already in turmoil because she found that Lu Ye's claim that Zhang Song was killed by him was very likely true. With the strength Lu Yi had shown so far, it was indeed possible for him to kill Zhang Song, and this was obviously not his limit. If this was really the case, it meant that there was no ambush nearby at all, nor were there any terrifying ghost cultivators. She was just scaring herself. Yu Daiwei was furious. The last time she captured Lu Yi, she was still pinching a snail with her fingers, and the other party didn't even have the slightest temper. It had only been 2 years, but the opponent she could easily pinch had grown to this extent, constantly increasing his strength. He gradually reached 70% of his strength and finally managed to intercept Lu Ye's advance. Yu Daiwei breathed a long sigh of relief. It hadn't been easy. A first-order divine sea realm cultivator actually required her to use 70% of her strength to contend with him. If she told others about this, no one would believe her. But such an unimaginable thing had happened right under her nose, and she was experiencing it herself. She admired the High Lord's vision even more. Perhaps only such a person could help the High Lord achieve great things, right? But she knew that this little brat wasn't someone with a good temper. It wouldn't be easy for the High Lord to subdue such a person. Many thoughts flashed through her mind, but Lu Yi was constantly retreating in the storm of Dharma spells. Retreating was to get close. Retreating was a last resort. Between retreating and advancing, Lu Yi was unable to close the distance between him and Yu Daiwei. He didn't know how much strength Yu Daiwei was using, but it shouldn't be her full strength. But in front of such a powerful divine Sea Realm cultivator, this was the limit of what he could do at the moment. He was less than half a kilometer away from Yu Daiwei. However, Lu Yi didn't panic and maintained a calm expression, forming an extremely obvious contrast with the aggressive aura around him. He had a lot of combat experience against Dharma cultivators. Among the 70 or so seniors in blood refining world, many were Dharma cultivators, such as Tofuji. He was naturally familiar with how to deal with the attacks of Dharma cultivators. If Zhang Song was a dog, then Yu Daiwei was a hunting hound. She couldn't be compared to a fierce tiger like Tofuji. Lu Yi could only be trampled by Tofuji because the gap in strength was too great, but months of tempering himself had already trained him to withstand pressure. One at the apex of his heart, a drop of blood essence suddenly exploded, and Lu Ye's whole body was immediately covered in a thick blood mist. From a distance, he seemed to have turned into a blood man. On his chest, the blood-stained spirit tattoo that was rapidly forming was immediately activated. Lu Ye's already violent aura soared, and even the space around him began to distort. The stalemate was broken in an instant. Lu Yi madly dashed forward as saber light flashed. Yu Daiwei was still shocked by Lu Ye's strength and didn't expect such a shocking change. With a cry of surprise, she no longer dared to hold back and pushed her already dense Dharma spells to the limit. This time, she really did use all her strength. However, she was still a step too late. The main reason was that Lu Ye's eruption was too sudden and she was completely unprepared. The distance of half a kilometer was directly shortened, and all Dharma spells along the way exploded. Seeing the sharp blade coming down, Yu Daiwei no longer hesitated and activated the defensive spirit treasure she had prepared to deal with the ghost cultivator. An oval-shaped shield quickly hovered around her and blocked the mountain blade slash. Hong. Her spirit chi became chaotic and a deafening sound rang out. Yu Daiwei's figure staggered slightly as she saw Lu Ye's second slash coming down. Almost without hesitation, she blasted a soul secret technique at Lu Yi. She didn't want to use a soul secret technique on Lu Yi. Her mission this time was not to kill Lu Yi, but to capture Lu Yi again under the orders of the High Lord. She didn't want to use a soul secret technique on Lu Yi. Her mission this time was not to kill Lu Yi, but to capture Lu Yi again under the orders of the High Lord. If she used the methods of a Dharma cultivator, there was still a lot of room to maneuver, and she could control it perfectly. However, if she used a soul secret technique, there were too many things she couldn't control. If Lu Ye's soul was damaged and he became mentally retarded or his foundation was affected, then even if she captured Lu Yi, she wouldn't be able to explain it to the High Lord. However, plans could never keep up with changes, so using a soul secret technique was an instinctive counterattack. As soon as she used the soul secret technique, Yu Daiwei cursed inwardly and hurriedly held back a little. At the same time, Lu Yi seemed to see an invisible blade stabbing towards him, piercing into the depths of his soul. And then there was no more, and then his spirit sea rose and fell, feeling a slight pain, but it didn't affect him much and was quickly suppressed by the soul-suppressing pagoda. He slashed down with his blade, but it was blocked by the spirit treasure hovering around Yu Daiwei. It was as if his blade had cut into cotton, unable to exert any force. Immediately after, a huge force swept over. He blocked with his saber in front of him, but he was still sent flying. Chapter 1063. In mid-air, Lu Yi lowered his body and channeled his spiritual power to stabilize his body. Without any pause, he pounced on Yu Daiwei again, like a blood-colored lightning bolt falling from the sky. His long saber danced, shattering many spells that were coming at him. Yu Daiwei quickly retreated. After suffering a loss, she had already judged Lu Ye's terrifying strength. How could she dare to stand there and take a beating? He hadn't expected Lu Yi to be so strong. Coupled with Lu Ye's sudden burst of strength, he was caught off guard. The two figures quickly swept through the air. As they chased and fled, spells and saber light surged. It was extremely lively. The Zergs, attracted by the fluctuations of spiritual power, were often swept away by the powerful aftershocks before they could get close, exploding into a bloody mist. The distance between them couldn't be closed anymore. The difference in strength was obvious. Lu Yi had activated the blood-stained spiritual pattern, but there was a limit to the increase in his strength. It was impossible to say that the blood-stained spiritual pattern could increase his strength infinitely. This was expected. However, he was fighting to his heart's content. Although he had only slashed Yu Daiwei a few times since the beginning of the battle, and there was no substantial effect, he had achieved his goal and had a clear understanding of his current strength. Of course, he still had some tricks up his sleeve. In the current situation, the awkward thing was that he couldn't close the distance between him and Yu Daiwei. However, if he activated the Blood River, he still had a chance. In particular, the Blood River technique integrated with the Blood Essence was more powerful than the ordinary Blood River. Once he pulled Yu Daiwei into the Blood River, he would have the home field advantage. When he suddenly attacked and got close to Yu Daiwei, it was the best opportunity to use the Blood River technique. He still had the Dragon Emperor. However, Yu Daiwei was not an ordinary divine Sea Realm cultivator. Lu Yi wasn't sure if he could kill her with all his trump cards. Moreover, Lu Yi didn't want to kill her. The reason why he waited here was to use her as a whetstone. Although Yu Daiwei had captured him before, she didn't do anything to him. Tai Shan still had a favor to ask of him. There was no unresolvable blood feud between them. Zhang Song came just to capture him, not to kill him. In the end, he was forced to commit suicide. Through this battle, Lu Yi realized his own shortcomings. They lacked a method to quickly rush to the enemy's side. For a weapon cultivator, if they couldn't rush to the enemy's side, they wouldn't be able to pose a fatal threat to the enemy. This was something that every armament cultivator needed to consider. The blood escape art could be considered as a direction, but if one didn't use blood essence to activate it, it wouldn't be fast enough and wouldn't be able to create an element of surprise. Thus, it wouldn't be effective in one strike. If one used blood essence, there would be a limit to the number of times it could be used. Just as Lu Yi was deep in thought, Yu Daiwei suddenly shouted, "Stop! I'm not fighting anymore." Lu Yi immediately came to a halt. His qi was boiling, and he found it difficult to calm down. Yu Daiwei put some distance between them before stopping. She looked Lu Yi up and down, as if she was trying to get to know him all over again. There was even an unconvinced expression on her face. There was nothing she could do about it. Fighting Lu Yi with an 8th order divine sea cultivation was something she was too embarrassed to tell others. If they continued fighting, her vigorous spirit qi reserves would undoubtedly give her a greater advantage. But there was no need for that. She wasn't here to kill Lu Yi. She was here to capture him. But now, it seemed that she couldn't complete this task. She didn't know how this little brat in front of her cultivated, but at every realm, he had the ability to kill enemies above his own realm. Once he reached the divine sea realm, it was even more exaggerated. With the strength he had just shown, an ordinary 4th or 5th order divine sea cultivator would likely die if they faced him. One would need to be at least a 6th order divine sea cultivator to be able to compete with him. In other words, she couldn't treat Lu Yi as a 1st order divine sea cultivator, but as a 6th order. With her strength, there was no way she could capture a 6th order cultivator alive. Instead of continuing to entangle with him and provoking the insect race, or even other divine sea cultivators from Grand Heaven Alliance, giving up and making peace was the only option. Fortunately, this little brat in front of her was sensible. When she said they wouldn't fight, he immediately stopped. Otherwise, in such a situation, she really would have had no choice but to run away. After all, she couldn't see the light of day, unlike Lu Yi, who could walk openly and fight with enemies. Not bad, little brat. Yu Daiwei grit her teeth. Looking at her appearance, it seemed like she couldn't wait to bite Lu Yi. Lu Yi didn't say anything and just slowly withdrew his saber. The aura on his body didn't weaken at all, and the blood-stained spirit tattoo was still working. Are you a mute? You didn't even let out a fart. Yu Daiwei was a little angry, mainly because she had lost a lot of face this time and couldn't complete the task. Tai Shan is looking for me? Lu Yi asked. Yu Daiwei's pupil shrank. Where did you hear this name? Last time, when the High Lord and Lu Yi were chatting, she wasn't far away, so she was sure that the High Lord didn't reveal his name to him. It was even more impossible for her to mention this to Lu Yi. So how did Lu Yi know the name Tai Shan? It didn't make sense at all. Not getting an answer, Yu Daiwei frowned. The High Lord wants to invite you over. He has something important to discuss with you. Lu Yi said casually, your way of inviting people is quite unique. If one strength wasn't enough, it wouldn't be an invitation, but a capture, just like last time. He had to show enough strength to be qualified to be invited. Tell Tai Shan that I'll go look for him, but not now. Also, before I take the initiative to look for you, if he dares to pester me again, be careful that I don't reveal his trivial matters. Eldest senior brother had instructions for Tai Shan. As someone who had once worked for Tai Shan, eldest senior brother knew what Tai Shan was doing. Lu Yi had talked to eldest senior brother about this when they were at the Holy Island. If eldest senior brother was still in 9 states, Tai Shan would naturally follow his lead. However, people's hearts were fickle, and now that things had changed with the passage of time, even eldest senior brother couldn't be sure what kind of temperament Tai Shan had now. He had told Lu Yi to contact Tai Shan when the opportunity was right. Some things had to be discussed openly, and if the plan was right, Tai Shan might be able to become a helper. He needed time, but not now. At the very least, Lu Yi had to grow to the point where he could escape from Tai Shan's hands before he was qualified to talk to him. Otherwise, if he went over rashly, he would be entrusting his fate in the hands of others, which was too unwise. Then, Lu Yi turned around and soared into the sky. Yu Daiwei's expression was uncertain. Suddenly, she remembered something and shouted, "Where did Dao Shi-San go?" "He's dead." A voice came from afar. Yu Daiwei gritted her teeth and stomped her feet. The Lord didn't have many Dao soldiers under his command. They couldn't be refined however they wanted. Dao Shi-San was considered one of the best among all the Dao soldiers. It would be a pity to lose him just like that. However, Dao Shi-San was nowhere to be found. If Lu Yi said that he was dead, then it was very likely that he was dead. Although the battle just now was short, it had caused quite a commotion. If there were any divine sea realm cultivators nearby, they would definitely be attracted over. After flying for some distance, she found a secluded place and reported all kinds of contact with Lu Yi to the Lord. Soon, she received a message from the Lord. Wait. Yu Daiwei naturally obeyed. Lu Yi continued to move forward. After making sure that Yu Daiwei didn't chase after him, he dispersed the blood-stained spiritual tattoos. Although his strength had been greatly enhanced by the spiritual tattoos, it also consumed a lot of his body. Therefore, it wasn't suitable for a long time. He had lost a drop of essence blood in this battle. Although essence blood was extremely precious to ordinary members of the blood clan, it was nothing to Lu Yi. As long as he had time, he could refine another drop to replenish it. After half a day, a towering city appeared in front of him. He had arrived at Grand Sky City. After more than 2 years, Lu Yi finally saw this familiar big city again. He felt very close to it. He didn't stop and plunged into the city. The number of cultivators in Grand Sky City had decreased significantly. Lu Yi couldn't even detect too many divine sea realm cultivators with his divine telekinesis. This had never happened before. Rebirth, the great age of wave fighting, the current situation was undoubtedly related to the current insect disaster. A large number of cultivators were scattered all over the military state. They were either guarding the gathering places of the human race, guarding the cracks in the ground, or rushing to provide assistance. As a result, there were fewer cultivators in Grand Sky City than before. Of course, the necessary defensive forces still needed to be left behind. After all, this was the center of Grand Sky Alliance in the military state. Lu Yi first went to the sect master's small courtyard. The sect master wasn't there, so the small courtyard was empty. This was expected. Then he rushed to the law department. There weren't even any cultivators on duty at the door. He went straight in. At first glance, he saw a familiar face sitting behind a table with a sad face. His hair was messy, and his beard was unshaven. It seemed that he hadn't rested for many days. In front of him was a pile of jade slips waiting to be dealt with. Senior Brother Chung? Lu Yi was surprised. The person sitting behind the table was actually Ching Xiu. He was also Gan Wudong's confidant. When Lu Yi was still in the Blue Flame Mountain Pass, he was the one who handed over the exploding fire spirit stones to Lu Yi every time. Back then, he was a true Lake Realm 9th Order cultivator. Now he was a divine Sea Realm cultivator. In 2 years, Lu Yi wasn't the only one who had grown. Hearing the voice, Cheng Xiu raised his head in a daze and revealed a look of surprise. Lu Yi had been missing for more than 2 years. Although it was certain that he was still alive, no one knew where he was. Before the insect plague broke out, the sect master of Blue Blood Sect, Tang Yifeng, used many connections to inquire about Lu Ye's whereabouts. In the end, he found nothing. After the insect plague broke out, he didn't have any extra energy to track down Lu Ye's whereabouts. So he didn't expect that a person who had been missing for more than 2 years would suddenly appear in front of him. Lu Ye, you're back? Ching Xiu smiled. Lu Yi also smiled. Senior Brother Cheng, did you rise to the top and change the world? What about our sect Master Qian? Did he fail? Chang Xiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Junior brother, don't talk nonsense. Sect Master Qian went out for some business, so he left the trivial matters here to me. Lu Yi understood. He also knew that a master like Gan Wudong wouldn't have an accident easily. He was just curious about why Ching Xiu was sitting here handling official business. Now, it seemed that the situation in the military state was more serious than he thought. Otherwise, Gan Wudong wouldn't have left the law department so easily. To be continued. Chapter 1064. In the law department's main hall, Lu Yi and Chang Xiu chatted for a while. Chang Xiu asked about Lu Ye's whereabouts in the past 2 years, and Lu Yi only said that he was trapped in a small hidden realm and had only escaped a few days ago. What happened in the blood refining realm was too bizarre to talk about. Chang Xiu couldn't help but sigh. No one would feel good being trapped in a place for 2 years. For a moment, he imagined a dark, lonely, and cramped environment. By the way, Junior Marshal Brother Lu, since you haven't returned for a long time, the law department has removed you from the position of captain. Now, Xiao Xinghe is the captain of Team D9. Lu Yi nodded. It's my duty. He had expected this, so he wasn't surprised. Right now, Junior Marshal Brother Lu, you came back just in time. A few teams are short of manpower. Junior Marshal Brother, which team do you want to join? I'll arrange it for you. Chang Xiu had the authority to do this. Otherwise, Gan Wudong wouldn't have put him here to deal with official business. Of course, Gan Wudong was still the one in charge when it came to important matters. Lu Yi activated his spiritual power. Cheng Xiu's eyes widened. Junior Marshal Brother, you're already at the Divine Ocean? 2 years in the Hidden Realm is a blessing in disguise, Lu Yi explained. Cheng Xiu was stunned for a while before he regained his senses. Junior Apprentice Brother, the speed of your cultivation is really something. 2 years ago, his cultivation was much higher than Lu Ye's, but now they were at the same level. Although he knew that Lu Ye's cultivation speed was fast, this was too exaggerated. After calming down, Cheng Xiu said, Junior Marshal Brother, since you're already at the Divine Ocean, I don't want to assign you to any team. How about this? The department head should be back in a few days. Junior Marshall brother, you can rest for a few days. When the department head comes back, he'll make the decision for you. The law enforcement division's teams were all made up of true lake realm cultivators. Once they reached the divine ocean, they couldn't work in teams anymore. Most of them worked alone, which was more convenient and efficient. Lu Yi had met divine ocean cultivators like this before when he was on a mission. As the manager of the law enforcement division, he had the authority to manage any team. Lu Yi had no objections. He said, Senior Marshal Brother Chung, I want to gather a batch of resources. Can Senior Marshal Brother Chung make the decision? Chang Xiu asked, for business or personal reasons? If it was for the public, there would be a share for the public. If it was for private interests, there would also be a share for private interests. They couldn't be lumped together. For the Crown Prince. Chang Xiu nodded. What kind of resources do you need and how much? Lu Yi then reported the names of several refining materials. In terms of quantity, the more the better. No problem. Chang Xiu readily agreed and immediately signed a warrant. He picked up the department head seal and stamped it. I'm only temporarily handling the department's internal affairs. I don't have much authority. The amount of resources that Junior Brother can mobilize is limited. Use it for now. If it's not enough, you can ask the department head when he returns. He didn't ask what Lu Yi wanted to do. Since it was for the public, Qian Wudong would ask about it later. He wasn't afraid that Lu Yi would be greedy. Lu Yi left the main hall of the law department and arrived at the quartermaster department with the warrant signed by Ching Xiu. Lu Yi had been here last time to collect the resources of Team D9. Naturally, he was familiar with the door. However, the cultivator guarding the quartermaster department gave him the impression that he was a bit stingy. Guarding the door of the quartermaster department's treasury was like a prison. He couldn't wait to get all the good things in, but didn't want to take anything out. It was probably because of this character that he was sent to guard the treasury of the quartermaster department. Fortunately, the resources that Lu Yi needed this time weren't precious, and the share wasn't large. He didn't encounter any difficulties during the whole process. After collecting the resources, Lu Yi hurried back to his small courtyard. The courtyard was empty. There was no one in sight. The stone tables and chairs in the courtyard were covered in dust. It was obvious that Team D9 hadn't returned to Grand Sky City for a long time. He felt a little disappointed in his heart. Back then, when he had pulled up Team D9, he had originally planned to grow together with the people he was familiar with. In the end, the heavens did not go according to his wishes. Not long after the team was formed, he, the team leader, was gone. Now that he had reached the Divine Sea, it was difficult for him to move with Team D9. Moreover, with his cultivation speed, the gap between him and the others would only grow bigger and bigger. It was useless to be disappointed. This was the price he had to pay to grow. Pushing open the door and walking in, Lu Yi sat in his familiar seat. After thinking for a while, he sent out a few messages. He had been missing for 2 years. The sect master, second senior sister, and master should be very worried. Previously, he hadn't really returned from the Myriad Demon's Ridge, so he didn't have such thoughts. Now that he was in Grand Sky City, he had to report that he was safe. The first to reply was from second senior sister. E has already sent me a message. By the time you came to report that you were safe, the insect race had already occupied the 9 states. Second senior sister's tone was reprimanding, but Lu Yi felt a strong sense of concern. He hurriedly replied, I've been busy these 2 days. I just had some free time. Please don't be angry, senior sister. Second senior sister naturally wouldn't really blame him. She was just angry that he didn't send a message immediately. How's the situation in our sect? Lu Yi asked. Don't worry about our sect. With Madame Yun and I here, there won't be any big trouble. It's a good opportunity for our sect's disciples to gain experience. The Ziwei Dao Palace has also sent people to help. Lu Yi understood and was relieved. The main reason was that their sect didn't have a big business. Currently, there were only a few spirit mountains that were easy to defend. If they were like other sects with a big business, they would need more people once they opened their shops. The next to send a message was his master. He only said one word, "Okay." He probably knew what he meant. She should be with second senior sister at this moment, so there was no need to say anything. Lu Yi greeted him with the attitude of a virtuous disciple. The hierarch was the last to send a message. "Where are you?" "Vast Sky City." "I have something to do. After I'm done, I'll return to Vast Sky City. You stay there and wait for me." He was afraid that Lu Yi would run away again. Although he knew that Lu Yi had returned safely, he still needed to see him to be at ease. Lu Yi hurriedly agreed. After checking the battlefield imprint, it seemed that there was no one else he needed to report his safety. Then he took out the materials he had received from the military supply department. He activated his spiritual power and began to refine them. 3 days later, Lu Yi was busy in full swing when the guard token at his waist suddenly vibrated. He hurriedly checked it and found that it was a message from Qian Wudong, asking him to meet him at the law department. Lu Yi took care of the things he was busy with and then stood up. After a while, Lu Yi stepped into the hall of the law department. Qian Wudong was sitting behind a table, seemingly deep in thought. When he heard the noise, he looked up. "Greetings, Your Excellency." Lu Yi stepped forward and bowed. Qian Wudong smiled. "It's good that you're back. You must have suffered a lot in the past 2 years. Lu Yi recalled his experience in the blood refining world and replied, "It's not bad." He didn't suffer much, but he had a lot of strange experiences. Qian Wudong sighed. "After you were captured that day, Elder Tang and I had been trying to find out where you were. Unfortunately, we had no clue. Fortunately, you were lucky enough to escape on your own. Do you know who captured you? What's their purpose?" Lu Yi said, "The one who captured me is a woman called Yu Daiwei, but there is someone else behind her. Yu Daiwei calls him Senior Master. As for his identity, I don't know. He didn't tell the truth. It wasn't that he had to be wary of Qian Wudong, but the grand mountain matter involved too many people. Qian Wudong was the right-hand man of his eldest senior brother many years ago. If he was dragged into this matter, the Blue Blood sect would be implicated. There were some things he could tell Qian Wudong, but there were some things Lu Yi wanted to tell the sect master. As for their purpose, Lu Yi smiled bitterly. To be honest, I don't know why they wanted to capture me. Not long after I was captured, the small secret realm suddenly collapsed, and I was trapped in an inexplicable space. Fortunately, heaven helps the good, and after many twists and turns, I finally found my way back. Yu Daiwei. Qian Wudong frowned. I've never heard of this person. What is her cultivation? 8th Order Divine Sea Realm. Qian Wudong narrowed his eyes. If it was a 1st or 2nd Order Divine Sea Realm cultivator, it was normal that he hadn't heard of her. The 9 states was so big that he might not even know all the Divine Sea Realm cultivators in the military province, let alone the other continents. There were new Divine Sea Realm cultivators every year, but an 8th Order Divine Sea Realm cultivator was different. Such a powerful cultivator shouldn't be unknown, but he had never heard of her. After pondering for a while, Qian Wudong couldn't figure out many things. He vaguely felt that Lu Yi didn't explain, but since Lu Yi didn't want to say, he couldn't ask more. So he changed the topic. I heard from Cheng Xiao that you have reached the Divine Sea Realm? Yes. That's a blessing in disguise. Qian Wudong nodded slightly. He wasn't surprised by the speed of Lu Ye's breakthrough. He was even surprised by Lin Yinxiao. He felt that Lu Yi was similar to his eldest senior brother from a few decades ago. They were the same kind of people. It was common sense in the 9 states. In the 2 years you were away, the 9 states was in chaos. The insect plague was rampant. I think you already know about it. I learned about it on my way back. Qian Wudong's face turned serious. There are people everywhere. You came back just in time. I have a task for you. Sir, please tell me. Refine exploding fire spirit stones. The more, the better. Lu Yu was happy. This was exactly what he wanted. Even if Qian Wudong didn't mention it, he would have taken the initiative to apply. He had no choice. After all the trouble in the blood-refining world's God-Gate Sea, he was short on fuel for his talent tree. He needed a large number of exploding fire spirit stones to replenish his fuel. Moreover, he wanted to stimulate more spirit runes. Since it was a task, there would naturally be a reward for it. Moreover, refining exploding fire spirit stones would give him a lot of points, so his harvest would be even greater. Due to the insect plague, the exploding fire spirit stones could play a crucial role in many situations. That was especially true for cultivators with low cultivation bases. By carrying a few exploding fire spirit stones with them, they could turn the tables during critical moments.